My stream is done. You're good to go.
We are back here, coming out of into the next 4 hours here with 7 hours to go in the Maconi Setup Shop 24 Hours of Daytona. And I do want to give a quick little shout out before I head off and take a very long 12-hour sleep to Maconi Entertainment. When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi. With Maconi Setup Shop, they provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, and event organization. With cars across all 4 license classes, they have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription starting at only $8 a month and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions. And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, they're their setups. They're your victories. And I'm going to head off here very soon. We are going to make sure that everything is all ready. But Lucas, you'll be taking them for the next 2 hours, I hear.
That will be the case, and that slogan from Maconi, our setups but your victories, it's ingrained into my head because Maconi actually sponsored CIL for 2 semesters straight. If you do remember, Sky, I believe those were the 2 semesters I finished the highest in the standings. I think I finished 5th and then 9th, I believe, in those standings respectively. So I am very biased towards liking Maconi setups because for both of those seasons we did run setups they provided for us, and in both of those seasons I did very, very well. So I am a fan of how their setups drive, and those were 2 of my most proud NASCAR, or I guess Collegiate Cup Series championship seasons. And I always still look back at that 5th place and wonder, like, it could have been a championship but my teammates pushed for something that I did not agree with, and actually really hurt me in the overall standings at the end of the day.
Classic thing to happen.
Classic ball.
I wonder who that happened to. I wonder if they're in the broadcast booth right now as well. I wonder. Yeah, we're having a great time here. I, Inside Baseball, have worked with Maconi, and let me tell you, they play that commercial a lot. I have that thing off the dome, on the top of my head. I know the exact cadence of that commercial.
I could just picture it. It's the same thing with I forget who, but the ad read that Green Flag plays right before we go back to live. The Rev TV one, from land to sea, from 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea. Your destination is Rev TV. That one's also just completely off the dome for me as well.
All right, Lucas, I will leave you alone, and we have coming in the booth Scott Rankin, who along with Lucas and new producer Howie Burrows will take you through the next 2 to 4 hours of this race. Have a good night, y'all.
Good night, Sky, and yes, welcome in Howie Burrows, who will be pushing the buttons in the background. Also, big welcome to Scott Rankin, who takes over as our color commentary. Scott, it's been a great 17 hours so far. How you feel about these next 2 you got in the booth with me?
Yeah, look, first broadcast of the year, so first and foremost, settling myself back down and in, and going through the motions, going through the paces, and getting myself ready for my own 24 hours of Daytona next weekend. So not only is it an important opportunity to sort of sit down, relax, do some watching, but it's a good opportunity for me to compare notes and see what the teams have come up with and where they've gone. But critically, can we go back to what was that when I walked in here? What was that was going on? 2 wheels forward. What did I just miss? That's an interesting way to start the commentary off for 2026.
Yeah, so I'll explain to that in a second, because we have a battle for the lead now between these P2 cars. Ryan Serlich, who has been showing massive pace these last 20 or so laps now, passes Jorge Letao Diaz for the lead of the P2 class, but Diaz is not done yet. He's going to look around the outside, down the start-finish straight they go, around the outside of turn 1. Does that 14 car have an answer for the pace of the 23? He does not. The 23 completes that overtake, and now Serlich going to be looking to just completely run away with it. And yeah, that's one of the new sponsorships that a Green Flag TV has. It's with Rev TV, and right before we go back live, without failure, it's always that Rev TV ad playing, and it's really cool. Like, they do IMSA stuff, they do sailboat stuff,
That's
they
so
do
cool.
motorcycles, and yeah, it's always that from 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV, and we actually might be able to play it for you guys here in a second, so we can all hear it. If we go yellow, of course. We're not just gonna cut to an ad break.
That's really cool. No, to the marketing team that have done that, that's actually really, really cool. So that's a great little integration with ad read. Like, the thing is, I was actually having this conversation with an American friend of mine actually earlier today, and just sort of walking it through. We're big on having sort of funny, unique ads out here in Australia. I don't know if you've ever heard of the It's a Big Ad campaign. It was a beer advertising campaign in Australia probably about 15, 20 years ago. But it was the ad was just huge. There was so many people in bits and pieces walking around. But it's important to get your marketing done in that aspect and done correctly. And I think one of the things is if people are enjoying watching your ads, you've probably done your job right. And for Rev TV, I think they have done. Pit stops coming through here as well at this juncture. It was also just keeping half an eye on what the tires were like in that battle for position. Just bringing them in is always the difficult thing. Update to that GTP tire model as well. It's critical. One of the things I haven't actually driven on it myself, but I do need to spend some laps on it this week. But one of the things that everybody keeps talking about is that warm-up phase isn't quite as tricky. Then just nothing. You've got nothing underneath you. Really got to balance them. One of the critical things as well from the GTP that we've seen for a long period of time is you actually really want to underdrive the car. Any mark on that tire, it just marks the tire long term. So bringing that one in and making sure, as the sun starts to rise here in Florida is critical, particularly at this point in time, because 17 hours into a race, one of the biggest aspects I think to these things is making sure that your sleep schedules are planned. Having said that, I'm very likely I'm always the guy that when I'm in around one of these 24-hour races, I'm 24 hours in and around the car, even if I'm not driving. So.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point of under-driving those GTP cars. I feel like with a lot of these tin tops, it really is about under-driving them. Make sure you save your tires and making sure you brake a little bit earlier. Back up your braking point to get that good run out of the corner. And personally, that's why I was never too big of a fan of driving these sports cars in iRacing. I love the Super Formula, the F4 car, where you send it into corners, you find time by pushing the limit. And that's what I've always been a fan of. But I know a lot of people love these GT3 cars, where it's really about hitting your marks, making sure you do everything perfectly, and really being spot on with every brake and every gas and every steering input you put into the car.
I think it's really interesting particularly in the last 12 months. One of the biggest things, and we in the Australian community, is we actually, for the first time in a long time, we've actually had a professional GT3 series in Australia, and it's GT3 only, which we haven't had for a long period of time. There was elements of it. Shane Van Gisbergen actually ran a series by the name of Apex Hunters a while ago, which was multi-class. It was modeled after IMSA. And that, that has its own benefits and fall-offs, but one of the things was the community really, really wanted it. But the first era of that season, and this is where I think the series has really get an opportunity to show their flavor and show how they want to manage things as well, is car selection. In iRacing, obviously, a big factor, I think, is when you look at the drivers, they're obviously committed to a manufacturer. I've had the opportunity to commentate, and now as soon as I start talking about it, his name's just disappeared from my head. Marcus Winkelhock in Thailand Super Series in GT3 is an Audi driver, and he's actually been shopped out to Thai teams to go racing in an Audi all around the globe, including those entries in the Audi for Be Quick Absolute Racing in Thailand Super Series GT3. So that's the big thing, is you want to have the factory sponsorship, because then you have, the car, you're getting exactly the same thing. But the biggest thing is, one of the things about iRacing is that we actually develop a lot of skills, the ability to drive multiple different cars and manufacturers, because we have to. You need to be able to flexible and test. And so series is, look, if you can find a really, really good way to lock people to a car and then balance the performance, whatever it is, they do too well, you punish them, you make it so that not everybody's driving the same car. I'm all for that. The other way to go about it is to give people an opportunity to select. or change the car throughout the series, but make it limited. And one of the things we actually did in Australia last year was run a GT3 series where you as your team selected 2 manufacturers, and you could run either of those 2 manufacturers at every single race throughout the year, which was really, really unique. There's a whole bunch of different ways to bite at the cherry as well. So, which is really unique. But that's part of being on iRacing. You've got to test a whole bunch of different manufacturers. Everywhere I've looked this week, I've seen Porsche, Porsche, LMP2.
Yeah, that's
in both of the classes. So
yeah, that's interesting. I like that approach of selecting 2 cars and being able to bounce back and forth, because in iRacing we do have that freedom where it's not you buy the contract with the team at the beginning of the year and you're forced to stick with that team throughout the entire year. You can bounce back and forth. And the league I ran a couple semesters ago for collegiate stuff, what they actually had you do is you start with the car, you pick that car, and if you want to switch, you are able to. You just take an EOL penalty at the beginning of the next race. So you still have that freedom with a big, harsh penalty going into your next race, of course. But if it's a move that you think will be worth it throughout the rest of the season, it is still one you have the option for. As a battle now brewing for second place here, this is Nuno Magalhães looking for Eric Van Spijker, I believe is how you pronounce that. That 24 that 24 Grow Racing Team White looking for the move on that 183 Blanco Motorway. But as that GTP, that pesky GTP car gets in the way of them, that's going to hinder his progress just a little bit.
That's an interesting one, because that's actually 3rd and 4th as the second GTP comes through. That's 3rd and 4th on track in the GTP class as well. So not only, and the critical thing is it balanced it out. That gap basically got reset at the back end of things. So it's really, really nice. But the big attribute for the Porsche this week, and this is in both categories, its ability to take curbs and settle nicely. The Lamborghini's been the only other car who can actually monster over the bus stop curbing. But again, at the same time, it's not you can just slap any setup in for those cars and it'll ride the curbs really, really nicely. But for both of the categories, you do have to have some really nice handling on the curbs, but the only 2 that can monster them have been the Lamborghini and the Porsche. I haven't seen any other manufacturer that's a little bit more curb, so very, very compliant there from the Blanco Motorway. Aston Martin, in terms of testing, that's everything that sort of popped out in GT3 category. It was basically Porsche, Lamborghini or bust, which is disappointing because I actually found myself really liking the Corvette for the first time in my life, which I never thought I'd say before, but here we are in 2026 and things have changed. But yeah, you got to have yourself a compliant car for 24 hours. And the other thing, probably the other point when we're talking about manufacturers and those battles and those sorts of things and car selection is that tire model swapped so massively last year. We've seen the settle now. I actually really like the GT3 tire model where it's at, because there is pace to be found if you really want to press on that tire, but you will also hurt that tire. So pushing on at different points in the stint is actually really, really important and critical to the overall car pace, but there is a punishment for that as well. So, when you look, I think the sim that we have, and a lot of people say this to me all the time, or why can't they do better? Well, you got to remember, this is a sim that was built in 2005, 2006. We still got it, 20 years later, and it's still doing a phenomenal job, albeit with bits and pieces. I cannot wait. I know that engine upgrade's coming. I think that'll be a big overhaul for the system. I think that's something to look forward to into the future as well. That'll be quite critical to where we as a community go as well, because you got to remember, at the end of the day, we got the first ever 24-hour in iRacing was 24 hours of daytime. Now we have day and night cycle. Now we have tires that we can really talk about, phasing, heat, temperature, rain. It's all there, it's phenomenal to think that over 20 years of progress, we're still running on the same application as it came to us effectively 20 years ago, just with, the ability to modify things and work on them.
Yeah, and you bring up that day-night cycle at an absolutely perfect time, Scott, because as you say that sun is entering the horizon in the background of some of these shots, and very soon here we are going to get a beautiful sunrise here in Daytona Beach, Florida, as Eric Van Spijker coming in for a pit stop. That's the 183 car we saw in a big battle. I believe that is Blanco Motorway white, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like it's going to be a driver swap there, as Curtis Treiber going to be taking the wheel of that machine now.
Yeah, so a couple cars on pit lane at the moment. So we've got the Blockamatore, and you're right, that is Curtis Treiber, who jumps on board the double stint racing BMW as well. So there's actually driver swaps on both of those cars that are in pit lane at the moment, where they sit in GT3. Both of the different manufacturers. There's another BMW actually in pit lane at this point in time as well, as Jesse Molina jumps into pit lane as well on board the number 3 entry. And he'll dive into the box. He's staying on board. I think he's staying on board that car.
And going back to car selection, you brought up so many really, really interesting points there, as Diego Rodriguez also coming down the pit road in that 912 Team Freda Sport machine there, as the 57 going to be exiting the pit road just as all that is happening. When you talk about car selection, I'm not too in tune with the programs here, sports car racing, that they like to do a lot, because of course I am on the Ball State Sim Racing Esports team, but I have taken a little bit of a back foot due to other time obligations, like casting for Ball State, playing Overwatch for Ball State, and of course I love casting for Green Flag TV. So I'm kind of in the background for the car selection. But one of the really funny things that my teammate said, or our coach I should say, Alif, is he loved how the Porsche took those curbs, which is something you exactly brought up. It feels like you can almost bully that thing over the curbs and it'll just stick, it'll just grip to it. And I know that has to be something you guys have to take into consideration, just because, you know, of course, straight out pace is really, really good. You want that straight out pace, but sometimes drivability, survivability is what you have to, you know, prioritize for a 24-hour race.
Well, I mean, there is survivability. The Porsche, one of the bigger aspects of the Porsche is, even if you do make a mistake, it's survivable. You can walk away with it. I think the Lamborghini, if you push it a little bit too hard, which has always been a trait of the Lamborghini, the rear end wants to rotate, but that's also one of the benefits of the car as well, is it wants to swing around a little bit in the rear end. It's really interesting as well to note that the Mercedes hasn't done as well for a long period of time. I wonder whether or not we'll be seeing an Evo package at some point for the Mercedes, just because of the position it's in at the moment. It just doesn't, it's not wanting to rotate the way that it swings around as well. And actually, conveniently, everyone talks about that Mercedes and how long the nose is. Did you know the nose in the Mercedes is actually all air intake? Everything ahead of the front wheels on that Mercedes, ahead of that front axle, is actually air intake. The engine is actually situated behind the front wheels.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely believe that, because looking at that AMG machine, we might be able to catch it if we can find a back camera of somebody that's directly in front of a Mercedes. But it is completely grill, as, yeah, there it is. Daniel Gralti is, look at that. I mean, the entire thing, as you said, it's just a grill, it's just intake. And it's going to be feeding that thing so much air, as we even get to see those right front brakes glowing hot, as those brakes are taking a lot of punishment this far into the race.
Yeah, it's, well, see, the thing is, the better placement for the engine in terms of talking car layout, and this has been a thing, obviously, we've known this for such a long period of time, is that mid-engine is where you want the engine. So by actually transitioning, if that engine's ahead of the front axle, all of a sudden the rear end just swings around really, really heavily, and the front end won't rotate at all. So that's a really, really bad way that the car can actually be set up and mounted. You don't want that. You want the engine in between the two axles, because that's where the bulk of your weight's coming from. You don't effectively want that swinging off the front end of the car. You want that in between. Hanging over the rear axle and a little bit behind the rear axle in terms of the Porsches is okay, because it's applying all of that weight over the rear end, and it's a little bit different because it's not the turning tires. You cannot do that to the turning tires. It actually, you can't do that with the turning base tires, the tires you're actually turning with the steering wheel. It just does not work in terms of physics of the car. So having it actually behind the rear wheels does work a little bit better and helps you with that traction. Obviously wet, all of a sudden the car becomes the dominant in the wet, because it can just use so much more throttle power as well. So
And that was also, I remember when they first introduced the rain update. I think Sky and I were talking about it probably a year, just about a year ago. Might have been 2 years. Actually, now that I think about it, that GT3 car for a bit was quicker than the GTP car in some rain races because it had that traction control, it had that ABS, it had the ability to find more grip in the wet. So even though the GTP would monster by it down the straight in the corners, the GTP felt so unstable, and those GT cars were able to find a lot of time on the much quicker GTP cars.
Yeah, and I think one of the other problems they had was the LMP2s as well. It was interesting when that rain update first came out. I was actually doing some research and looking into it. Friends were telling me, again, Australian, we're not all of that linked up to IMSA or anything all that much, but they actually said one of the big things is the GTPs are actually a fair bit heavier than the LMP2 cars as well. So technically, they don't necessarily perform all that well in the wet, and all of a sudden things come quite a fair bit closer. But yeah, they've managed... My apologies, what was that? Yeah, potentially. So comment from Howie that's just coming through from our producer was, wouldn't they be faster if they were unrestricted? In terms of tire grip, I believe the tire compounds and the way that they work in the GTPs, the LMP2s are softer compounds. The tire flexes, gives you a little bit more grip, wears a little bit more as well. But the other thing you've got to consider as well is the GTPs also have that electric power, which isn't... That'll be a tow. That's a tow for sure. That's a right rear off that car. Caution has been thrown.
Yeah, so that's Nicholas Gowen for Gowen Racing, that 19 Ferrari 296. He was running 11th. I'm going to take a look at the replay here. Yeah, as you said, going into the bus stop. Let's see, is it exit, is it entry? Maybe takes too much of a curb. Already he's a bit late on the turn in. And yeah, gets on those rubber policemen and straight into that outside wall.
That's late in the run too, so that's not early.
Oh, it looks like he got hit by another car, maybe, Scott, and it looks like iRacing forgave him for that secondary contact, but on board is a big, massive hit into the inside wall. Look at the GTP car coming flying in, going side by side with another through the bus stop as, wow, yeah, that definitely caution deserved there as that guy is completely on that racing surface.
And for the LMP2, it was an LMP2 that come through. They were completely blindsided. They had no idea that there was a car there. And he's just trying to get to a safe location. He was further out. So it was a very, very good move from Nicholas Gowen to actually drive back up the track a little bit because he was further out. That rear end is actually still attached. I definitely thought that was sitting off the car. The toe on it's long. Note from race controls is this is going to be a long full course yellow as well. I think was this 15 or 16 of the day? Oh, there's drama in turn 1 shortly afterwards. There was also an, I think, an LMP2. It's the Twins Turn SRV car that was around in turn 1. And there was contact with another car, which was Marcus Young 4 was at the wheel. 512, rescue skill by WMS. So I think the yellow gets displayed somewhere about here. Keep an eye. You will see the flashing lights if that yellow does get displayed on the... outside. Is that teammates? No, it's not.
That's a really big lunge. 512 into the 23, and that's going to be a black flag, I believe, is what I'm hearing. For Ryan Serlich, that LMP2 class leader, we saw him have so much pace. He gets knocked out by the 512, completely blindsided, and that's going to put him over the incident limit, it seems like, Scott.
Yeah. That'll be a transit through the lane.
And that is such a shame because we saw that 23 drive through the field with blistering pace. And I mean, that 512 car, that's going to be Marcus Jung for rescue skill by WMS. I don't mean to pick sides here, but he comes out of nowhere, an entire lap down from that LMP2 leader. I'm just going to assume he was late on the brakes and he wasn't actually going for a move here, as we're going to ride on board with the 512.
And you can see he's tried to bail out. The car I heard is also... I wonder whether or not the full course yellow procedure has been activated in the middle of that, which is why the car that was ahead has made sort of a little bit of a wait because he's adjusting to what's going on, and they're making decisions in the background as well. One of the big things you've got to think is we're 17 hours into a 24-hour race here. These guys are fatigued, and they're still trying to sort of make good decisions about these sorts of things because that car is only one lap down. There is an opportunity for them to get back to the lead lap here if they play this correctly. So if there's any talk from Marcus Young, alternatively, his spotter is, the yellow's active. See why he's not passing the GT3 there? Yellow's active. So it got turned on right at that point in time. So there's a lot that's going on there from a mental load, and he's just, the thing unfortunately he's failed at that point in time is driving. He's just missed his braking marker, probably not by too much. And the car behind is just not aware that that the full course yellow procedure is about to be triggered.
Yeah, there's also the fact that that car ahead, of course, being Ryan Serlich, isn't expecting there to just be a car on his inside at the apex of turn 1, because you could argue that he had the gap technically, but Serlich is always going to be turning into that corner, especially when he was nowhere near being side by side with the 512 anywhere on that entry. So now we are going to get this field bunched up again. They're going to sort themselves out, come down for pit stops, and then sort themselves out again as in good old IMSA fashion. We're going to get a nice and long caution here. Now run down through the order as Ryan Serlich, as you can see on your screen, has been black flagged for passing over that incident limit. We have Daniel A. Campos for BMW M Team Delta Racing currently leading the GTP class, and just behind it's going to be World of Sim Racing Team, Wastegate Racing 32, via V1M10, VSR Competition Bianca, Albrecht Motorsports, Lion GP, and Bravo Snow, Pack Sim Sport, BMW M Team TSR GP, the No Limit Sim Racing Academy, and the BMW M Team Delta Racing. Their top 11 in that GTP class, as this caution looking to continue on for probably, I think, 20 to 25 more minutes here, Scott.
Yeah, there'll be a fairly hefty delay, which is important. They've got a lot of shuffling. These classes are fairly well mixed up. I was actually talking about car 5112 at that point in time. They were on the fringe of going to 2 laps down, which is also very important to them with that overtake. So even though they had contact, that's actually important for them to stay on the lead lap, at 1 lap down. Because again, opportunity for them to get a whole lap back right here and bring themselves back into contention. They're still 9th in class as well and in contention. Currently the last running of those cars in contention. Opportunity for damage repairs. There's a lot of opportunity here at the cautions. I think one of the things that sort of gets skipped over quite a lot is this is where the big heads and these sorts of things get tested, because there's gains. There are strategies and there are ways to run a caution to net yourself big brain plays, but very easily you can lose a lot of things. So again, it's critical to have a plan coming in. And one of the things I've talked about with a lot of teammates over the years is entering events like this where there are long caution periods, is have a plan coming into your caution cycles, so that when that caution is triggered, you know exactly what to do. If A, then B. If B, then C. You know, if I'm ahead of the leader, I'm staying out. If I'm ahead of the leader and close to the leader and we're racing for position, I'm taking a free pit stop. If I'm just ahead of the leader, I have to do everything I possibly can to get a free lap back, because you will never get another opportunity to, if you're a GTP, make up 1 minute and 30 seconds. You'll never, if you're an LMP2, minute and 35, 36 seconds, GT3, minute and 40 seconds. Those are free gaps, particularly if you're down a lap. It's even more important at that point in time. You can gain yourself 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes worth of race time back if you play your caution smart. Alternatively, if you make a mistake, you can lose laps. But again, it comes back to one of the big things. I don't know if you ever played a lot of Magic the Gathering, Lucas, but I do a fair bit of reading into the strategy of those sorts of things. One of the things they talk about is big weekend tournaments, any trading card game. You actually don't want to play your best. What you want to do is plan and prepare in a way that your brain can make those decisions and make good decisions without you investing a lot of energy. And particularly when you've been racing for 17 hours in what is a somewhat physical sport, for lack of a better esport. You know, this is a lot more intense you want to take decision-making points out, so you know exactly what you're going to do. Very, very easy. You enter a flow state where you want a flow state for your decision-making as well. If you have to invest time and energy into those decisions, that's taking away from driver ability. That's taking away from fatigue. And we're at the back end of a big event here, so.
Yeah, and the screen showed momentarily the green flag being out, which is not correct. Yeah, I'm assuming it's not correct because, of course, Daniel Campos is it's still very, very slow, and the GT3 car is the car right behind him. Right. And yeah, they're just going to keep pacing, even though it's technically green flag from iRacing. They're just going to keep pacing under these conditions and get word from race control when they actually go green. And we will get the word, of course, from our production, from our race control when we do go green. So in case anybody was wondering what that graphic was, don't worry about it. We are still under yellow, and I believe we are going to run down what you can be expecting in this VSCA championship here, because of course this is not the only race going on here. There is a plethora of other races, and there is so much to be excited for here. As I'm going to pull up the schedule for the remainder of this season. Of course, the Roar Before the 24 happened last week. That kicked off this VSCA Racing League. And then, of course, this weekend is a 24 hours of Daytona. February 7th, we'll be racing 2 hours and 40 minutes at Long Beach. Then after that, we got the 12 hours of Sebring, Laguna Seca coming up after that, 2 hour 40 minutes of VIR, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park after that, and then Homestead Miami Speedway Road Course. That is going to be an interesting one. That is such a fun track to drive. I love driving it in the Super Formula, which is what it is more known for. But seeing it in an IMSA class car is going to be really, really interesting. And then to close off the season, we got 6 hours at the Glen and 6 hours at Road America. So it's going to be a great, great season here all throughout January, all the way to August. Do not miss out on it. It's just going to be great action.
Yeah, that schedule's long and arduous as well. 2.5 hours around Long Beach is actually probably feels more like 8 to 10.
Yeah.
Which is really, really interesting to note, because it is just going to sap you. And again, decision making, right? You've got to make good decisions at Long Beach for that length of time. That is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. You go over 12 hours of Sebring, that's bouncy. That's, again, you've got to make good decisions. And Sebring is actually quite a busy racetrack as well. Not the one of the most busiest. Laguna Seca, again, challenging, technical, very narrow racetrack, which is also going to challenge you. VIR, long, windy. 2.5 hours around Homestead Miami Speedway, challenging track. You've got to go and invest some time and effort into learning, because it's one of those ones you don't do a lot of racing on all the time. That takes away from your practice, actually focusing in on the track. You got to Sebring, you got to Laguna Seca, you got to VIR. You've probably done a 1,000,001 laps around these sorts of places. Watkins Glen, those types of things. And personally, my favorite of the year is always Road Atlanta. Road Atlanta, with its challenge, did you know? They always talk about, in terms of, I was actually doing some research on Road Atlanta as a track, in terms of average amount of gradient change across the lap. Elevation change has a higher average per kilometer than Bathurst at Road Atlanta. Did you know that?
That is insane, and I 100% believe it. I was very fortunate enough to actually make my way out to the Petit Le Mans last year. It was an amazing experience. I've been to multiple 6 hours at Indianapolis, of course, because I am currently going to Ball State, which is just an hour and a half outside of the big city. But going to Road Atlanta, it is such a beautiful track, surrounded by forest, phenomenal to drive in game, might I add as well. And yeah, I would definitely believe it, because walking up some of those hills, driving up them is no big deal. You're doing it in the sim, but walking up some of them, Scott, it is really, really difficult. And it's a shame, unfortunately, that it doesn't appear that we're going to be going here this season, because I believe Road America is going to be where this season is finishing off. I believe that's in Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken in saying, which I'm always good at confusing and mixing up my states there.
Road Atlanta, Road America, sorry, my apologies. I might have last season. Yeah, I might be wrong.
You're all good. You're all good.
I might have an outdated.
I love Road Atlanta so much. I'm always feel free to talk about it. It is such a beautiful
Road
track.
Atlanta,
It really
beautiful
is.
track. But it's the busyness of that circuit that makes it, isn't it? Like there is no break. I love that. It is so challenging because there is no break.
Yeah, and not only do we have a phenomenal VSCA championship going on here, but there's so much exciting news for Green Flag TV all around. Of course, we have the SRA IEL Truck Series starting up next week at Daytona International Speedway. ZTRL kicked off its first week of the playoffs last night. Of course, we had already one driver locking themselves in. That's going to continue on to next week at Nashville Super Speedway. And of course, the big news of the year is CIL gets the contract with Green Flag TV, which brings 3 shows, or I should say 2 shows a week and 1 show a month extra going to be added on. Of course, we're bringing on a Collegiate Cup Series, Next Gen, the Formula College IndyCar Series, and the Collegiate Sports Car Championship, which is another IMSA Spec Series. So there is so much excitement going on at Green Flag TV. If you're not subscribed with that notification bell on, you're going to miss all of the action. So what are you doing? Go ahead, notification bell, and while you're at it, might as well give this video a like to make sure that everybody sees it as well. Not a video, I should say stream. Matter of fact, drop a comment. I have the comments pulled up. If you want to ask us some questions, you know, say something you've noticed, say something you've seen, I will be more than happy to read it out on stream.
Well, here comes pit cycles as well. A couple cars getting a pit stop in the middle of this one. There's a really good opportunity to grab yourself some time here. GT3 leader, critically. They're about due for pit stop. I'm not seeing them on pit lane, which is, that's concerning to me. Yeah, they've got around again, whereas there's a few other cars in class that have elected to take a free pit stop, even if it's just a top off on fuel. But they're probably halfway through their stint at this point in time. From Epic Van's Pulsar Esports team.
Yeah, we have a lot of those GT3 AM cars coming down pit road. Of course, Jason R.R. Smith, Thomas Marceleno, Claudio Di Santo, Neil A. Forbes, Giannis Constantine, and Logan Geisbrecht coming down pit road. But yeah, as you mentioned, the SRN TFR Alliance 75 and the Blanco Motorway AM 283, both of those GT3M cars are going to stay out, even though they're pretty far into their stint. So maybe this kind of plays back into the strategy. You come prepared into these cautions that you were talking about, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have a plan. You want to simplify. You really want to simplify your decision-making process. That's kind of the big thing for me. Is you just really want to simplify that decision-making process. Switch your brain off for a little bit. One of the critical things I think as well is in caution is getting yourself to get yourself to a point whereby have a process for all your cautions. I think that's one of the big thing is that you want to be able to go, okay, first lap of caution, we're going to do this, we're going to whatever the process is, catch the line, make sure that we're focusing on that. Spotters roll at that point in time to try and pick up leader, try and pick up what we're doing. But everyone's made their pit stops at this point in time. I think we got an opportunity for a commercial there, Lucas.
Yeah, so we're going to take a step back. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, but do not go anywhere, because once we get back, we're going to have so much more racing action for you guys. 6.5 hours left. Do not go anywhere. Grab your popcorn, grab your soda, grab a blanket, and we will see you guys after this quick break. And don't forget to listen in to that Rev TV ad, as you'll hear how catchy it is. I'll see you guys in a second.
Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, everybody. 6 hours, 26 minutes, and 11 seconds and counting is going to be left in your 24 hours of Daytona race. Still under a 4-course yellow caution here. My name is, of course, Lucas Moody, joined by Scott Ranky, Howie Burrows, doing all the button pressing in the background. It has been a pleasure to be casting these 17 and a half hours so far. And once we go racing again, we're getting some great battles. The pack will be bunched up once again, and some battles for the lead will be on. And I have some little birdies in my ear telling me that we should do a paint review and kind of go over some of our favorite paint schemes that we see on track here today. And I am very, very partial to McLarens, let me say. As a big Lando Norris fan ever since 2020, a big McLaren P1 fan ever since I started playing Forza Horizon 3 all the way back in 2019. I've fallen in love with McLarens, with how they look, with that bright orange papaya color, and that brings me swiftly to the 112 machine of the GT3 racing car. I love the bright orange it has on it with the black accents as well. There it is right there. How he read my mind. That was actually spectacular, because I didn't even say the 112, and they just instantly found the one I was talking about. That is going to be John Ziliakis, currently driving in the car for Rusty Spatula's Racing VSCA, and I just love the way Papaya looks on a nice McLaren 720S.
See, I'm sitting here and I'm trying to just sort of pick up and go through, because there's actually quite a lot of really, really nice liveries in here. But I think the style of liveries, but the thing is, for me, I've got a pretty unique taste. I like me a little bit of a busy livery. It's too plain, it's too simple. I'm not generally not all that interested. But one of the cars that actually popped out to me was the BMW in the GT3 class, the 88 car. And the reason is just the lovely purples and alternatives on the RTR Team Racing 1. I believe that's Rodrigo Moreiras behind the wheel at the moment of that car as well. but it's just the purples and matches nicely with the rims. One of the things is we actually have quite a number of really nice painters in the community as well, and that actually car is backed up with a similar scheme over on the 87 LMP2 as well, which also quite nice to look. I was looking through it. The other one that also catches my eye as well is the Acura in the GTP class, the number 2 car, João Dias behind the wheel at this point in time, and that's for the No Limit Sim Racing Academy team. And again, green and black. I'm a Kawasaki fan. I was born and raised on those bad boys as a kid, as a motocross rider. Green and black, you got me. I'm sorry, that's it. Can't go past it.
I mean, green and black is definitely a really good look. I am a big fan of the red and black look as well. So looking over at that 157 Aston Martin Vantage, it is sporting that bright red with the accents of black. That is Eric Intley, currently in the iRacing Today Motorsports VSCA, and hopefully we can get a really nice look at it. It's not only red, Scott, but it's chrome red as well. I mean, that just looks absolutely brilliant to my eye. As for as long as I can remember, I've been running these paint schemes that are matte black with chrome red, and I just love the way that red and black looks. It's probably because I went to a high school that's mascot's colors were red and black, and then I went to a college that's high school colors were red and black. So my mind is very biased towards that color scheme. But I just love the way it looks. Kind of the very similar bias that you have towards that black and green look.
Yeah. So, well, this is an interesting paint here as well from João Bricio, Monarch Racing team at the moment as well. And you got to remember as well, the lighting on these cars is going to change right throughout the duration as well. The reason it's going to do that is we're going through sunrise at this point in time. So those headlights are going to slowly switch off, but you are going to get a lot of reflection. There's a fair bit of, I think it's white on board that car as well, but it looks like it's gold. That's an interesting one. Is this class leader, I believe, as well, over in our GT Pro in the 68-2 Laboratory Racing. There's a lot of silver for a McLaren.
Yeah, that's a great point that Howie is bringing up, because it's the silver arrows are the Mercedeses, especially thanks to that W12 livery you see in Formula One. I don't know why a McLaren is sporting so much chrome silver there. It really is definitely interesting, but hey, whatever you like. It does have the blue and the red as well. It has so much Mercedes colors that maybe a bit of a feud between McLaren and Mercedes that they might have. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of teal on that car. Now that we can get a good close-up look, it actually is an AMG paint scheme. Am I going blind, or is that just a straight-up AMG paint scheme based off the silver arrows?
Yeah, potentially. You got to be unique. You got to have a go at these sorts of things.
Oh my gosh, 2 Lemon Tree Racing giving us up here at the booth a run for our money. And then another, oh my gosh, thank you for spotting this, Howie. The Go-In Racing sporting another red and black Ferrari paint scheme. I love the way the 296 looks. I love the way the 296 drives as well, might add in. And I love the way red and black looks on a car. The other sort of paint schemes that I'm very partial to is that 25 BMW. The V8 Hybrid is something that one of my closest friends and teammates, his dad actually designs a lot of it. So that classic white with the accents of red and blue. I've always been a fan of how it looks. I've always been a fan of the grille on that BMW GTP. It just looks absolutely spectacular. The sniffer, as our producer is now coining the term. And just the way the lights outline the grille. I'm just so biased towards the car because it's a car I've loved. And Scott, I am so sad that the BMW GTP will not be returning this year for IMSA.
Yeah, also the Lamborghini as well, don't forget. It's on dying legs. And then you've also got to consider we got the Temerario on its way. Is it Temerario? Temerario? Forget it. You know what? The Lamborghini. Yeah, that one. On its way out as well. And I think it's FAF Racing as well, which means we know that it's going to be coming on iRacing very, very quickly as well. So at least it's going to be supported. So I think we're in for an interesting year from that aspect. The fact that we've just gotten the Aston Martin, and we are all but ready to go. And I tell you what, we're just dealing with the final of the wave rounds at the moment, but I believe that we are actually, that is our new leader of this race. And anyone that is still on the high side is good to go. Anyone that's on the low side of the track is not.
And you mentioned the PFAF racing, the first ever IMSA race I went to, 2024, I believe it was. That's 8 hours of Indianapolis GP. The PFAF was still running that bright orange, lovely looking McLaren 720S, and I bought a lot of their merch when I went that year, of course, just for them to change what car they're running the next year. I honestly cannot remember if they switched to a Ferrari or something different. My memory just is absolutely escaping me at the moment. I guess I could look it up really quickly. Gonna stall for a little bit of time as I'm going into Google. It was the Lamborghini Huracan, of course, and that red and black paint scheme, that red and black plaid paint scheme to, of course, represent the Lumberjacks, I believe, as they're a Canadian team, if I'm not mistaken, in saying that. But they switched away from that McLaren merch in that McLaren, which kind of hurt my feelings, but I get it. I've driven the 720 on iRacing in the sim. I'm not a big fan of the way it drives, just a huge fan of the way it looks.
I mean, yeah. But having said that, the McLaren rotates really, really nicely and lovely and balanced. Really, to me, it's an upgraded version of the Ferrari at the moment in terms of the way that it drives in the sim as well. So I don't know if all that love that you have for Ferraris is going to get backed up in participation. And we're just about getting set here. I think we might be one more final circuit, and then we'll get the Wonder Green call, which we might get that at the line this time by. I think they are getting close to releasing the field here. We mentioned this was going to be a long safety car, and the reason for that is there was a lot of traffic mixed through the field. So the traffic density, there's a word for this, traffic diffusion. I think the diffusion, we were really dispersed with the cars right throughout the field. So there was a lot of sorting out from race control to do. And they want to keep those cars rolling. One of the trickiest things to do, though, all GTM cars are actually going to be pulling to the left. So this one's going to continue. So there's still a little bit of procedure. Just listening to some procedure going on in the background at this point in time. So VSCA administration team is still ensuring that this is all handled. One of the toughest things actually about this race is, Lucas, how much of a driver are you? Well, let's work you over here.
Yeah, so as I said, I am part of the Ball State esports team here, the sim racing team. I joined my freshman year as I made it as a walk-on trial. I was very proud of myself, and I absolutely grinded iRacing for my first 3 semesters here. And then I have fallen away from it. I've kind of lost the love of racing just from burnout, pressure, combination of all things. A really, really tough and hard coach kind of made me fall out of love with the racing. So recently, I haven't touched a sim in a while, and I couldn't tell you the last time I touched a tin top car at all. But I was really into it for a while there. But I'm more familiar with the old tire models, is something I definitely will say.
Okay. So you are a tin top driver. The next question was gonna be, are you an oval driver, or are you more of a sports car fan? Was the next question that was gonna come out of my mouth.
Yeah, my favorite cars to drive are the Formula cars, by far. The Super Formula absolutely is my favorite car to drive around this sim, but I'm also a big fan of the next gen as well. So I came, as a walk-on, I actually came from playing F122, playing F123, and then when I got to Ball State, I was originally just going to be a road driver until one of the oval guys just completely left, and my coach was like, we have a free rig open for ovals on Monday nights. Do you want to do it, Lucas? And I guess why not? So I literally got thrown into an oval, never having experience on it before. Really quickly got the hang of it. By my 3rd semester, I actually finished 5th in the respective oval standings. But my first race, this is something I hate to admit, my first ever race in a next-gen car around an oval was around New Atlanta. Of course, now being Echo Park Speedway. At the time, it was just coined as New Atlanta. I went under the double yellow line because I'm in the road mentality. I see a gap, I go for it. I went below the double white line, went back up onto the track, forced the inside of 3 wide, forced the guy in the middle to run up the track, hit the guy on the outside, and they didn't give the penalty to me. For whatever reason, I didn't get penalized for it, but I just blatantly cut under the white line and pushed someone out of line. Yeah, I've gone a long way from there, I will say that.
The important part was what I was looking for was that you're a tin top driver, right? That's the important part for me, because the way that you handle tires in a NASCAR compared to GT car, completely and utterly different. One of the trickiest things, these tires are stone cold right now. They are colder than a fresh set of tires out of the pits. So actually coming into the pit lane and grabbing a fresh set of tires in the middle of this pacing procedure, this pacing process, is, if you've only just been out of the pits a couple of laps, is actually better, because the tires actually pick up a little bit of temperature. They're a little bit warmer. So this is one of the trickiest phases of the race, because the tires are colder than a fresh tire, and they're not designed to do this. I ran in a basically considered the Australian iRacing community's version of the Bathurst 12 hour. 2024? No, it would have been 2024. I don't think I ran it last year. No, it was last year. Sorry, my apologies. It was 2025. So last year, and we had rain racing at that point in time. They absolutely bucketed it down, and I ended up murdering one of my friends. I was in a GT4 car because the tires were that cold. I got to the end of Conrad Straight, went to turn through the kink, and the car just did not turn at all. It just went straight on. So with the GT3 cars, it's a little bit different, because you have a little bit of instability, a little bit of a balance problem in the rear. So this next couple laps is really, really tricky. GT cars are probably the hardest. This phase of the race right here is very, very difficult, because we've already talked about tire management. You don't want to lock a tire, you don't want to pinch a tire, you don't want to slide a tire. That takes life out of it. They're very sensitive, those tires, to that. They bring themselves in a little bit better. So that part of it, but you can damage a tire at the front end of this run here. So this next 5 to 10 minutes of racing is critical, because you've got to bring the car in, not make a mistake, bring the tires up to temperature, not mark the tires, because you're going to be paying for that for the rest of the run, and then also still not get overtaken and race guys at the same time. So this next phase of the race is all risk management, 100% risk management.
Yeah, that's something I definitely very blatantly remember, is the tire heat up for not only the GTPs, but the GT3 cars is super, super difficult. I remember I was running in Hungary, just coming out of the pits in my Cadillac GTP. I gas it up a little too much through those back S sections, and my rear tires don't have the heat to grip up with the same amount of grip my front tires have. Put it into the wall halfway through the race, and I'm just out. And yeah, as you're saying, it is actually worse now with the new tire model. So I couldn't even begin to describe how painful it must be to have to drive this car now for these next 2 laps. Wow, Scott, fighting other cars, defending for positions, and even trying to attack and move forward. It must be such a big challenge.
Yeah, it is, but it's different, right? So to give you an example, again, I race GT3s and this sort of stuff from time to time. You know, it's not like I'm a rookie, but any of those sorts of things. My first 5 laps at Road Atlanta in practice last year, fence, coming out of the pit lane. First 5 attempts at leaving pit lane, fence every single time. I had to sit down, I had to get up out of the sim, walk away for 30 seconds and go, right, you need to lift off and prepare yourself. And we're worse than that right now. One of the benefits about Daytona, at least, is the bumps aren't there. The track surface is a little bit more consistent. It's quite smooth. You know, there's a lot of ability to actually go racing. And we will actually be going green this time by. So we have an opportunity to get back to green flag racing. So again, you've had this big downtime, 15 minutes or so, where you're just circulating, you're just waiting for instructions, you're waiting to find out what the next phase of the race is, what you're going to try and do. Spotters maybe taking a drink, somebody's walking away. You've got to switch back on. This is actually really another critical phase of the race. Talk about process and procedure, and I think this is quite critical to being a race car driver. One of the things I started back when I used to race IndyCar a couple of years ago was engine map, gear, ready to go. And that would happen coming out of turn 2, heading down the back straight away. Engine gear ready to go. Engine gear ready to go. Gap. to the car ahead, make sure I'm not speeding, make sure I'm in my comfort zone, ready for that restart. Because it's really, really important. One of the biggest things that you can do as a car driver in this phase of the race is not work yourself up, not think too hard, not push yourself through the process. That's energy being burned. But you also need to have a very deliberate process to switch yourself back on and get ready for a green flag again.
Yeah, that is such a great point you bring up, because when I was driving for ovals with my team last semester, there's so many cautions in our league, but at the end of every single caution, I would say the exact same words: second gear, good luck. And that's like a switch we switch to lock ourselves in and get ready to go green. And just as I talk about going green, they're going green right here. And they're going to start accelerating right here. And as they cross the line, they're going to start racing again. And Nicholas Pedersen gets a great jump off the line.
Kyle Mundell, V1M number 11 car in LMP2. He was actually the LMP2 class leader as they went back to green flag. He spun it up coming out of the bus stop. So as he's going to launch, he's going from the front end of the field. He is going to fall through the standings. I think he's going to pop back out of this one somewhere around about 8th or so in LMP2 standings. So he's had a massive moment coming to the green out of the bus stop. That has put him behind GT3 cars. 9th. He falls all the way to 9th on the restart.
Yeah, a big slip up there for Kyle
Big incident,
Mundell.
turn 1.
Oh, and there's another crash, but we're going
Here we
to
go.
continue watching this replay here. We have to go back to the other crash because this is such a bigger issue. And
Turn 1.
as we're looking for it, it did happen in
Fourth
turn
place,
1.
GT3?
Here we go to the VSR competition. Nero, this is Francesc Andres Diaz. He's down the inside in the 13 car. He just completely locks up his rears, spins it in hard into that inside wall, completely ripping off that rear hood there. And that 13 machine, lucky number 13, has a very unlucky turn 1 restart there. Is locks it up on cold tires.
There's an escape point at this point in
Whoa.
time. Here comes. This is the restart from Kyle Mundell. So again, he was in the lead of LMP2 at this point in time. Too much curb? Yeah, just a little bit too much curb. And those tires, remember, we're talking about them. A hot tire will flex, press itself into the road. A cold tire won't do that. A cold tire is just not looking to do that. You've got to get it to a point where the tire wants to flex and press itself, because if it's a little bit warmer, it'll settle here on the landing. And he's taken a millimeter too much of that curb. If he's 10 centimeters further to the right, he's fine.
Yeah,
There's that
is
GT3.
a tragic starts. And we are actually going back to caution. I'm assuming this one's going to be a short caution because we just came off of one, so pit lane will not open. And this shouldn't be a 20 to 30 minute caution. This should just be about a 5 to 10 minute caution, but that is such a rough start for not only the 13 of the GT3 class, but especially that 11 for the LMP2 class, as we're going to get another replay, as it's another spin. We had 3 cars spinning on... Oh, this is the crash. This is the crash between the 13 car. As Scott, I know you were talking about cold tires. It really is hard with this new tire model, and we've already had 2 cars looping it on those cold tires. That is a really big incident there, and it's almost weird how it happens, how the rears lock up so instantaneously in a car that has ABS in it.
Yeah, it's that's tricky on that one. Yeah, and the reason is, like we said, that those tires are just so stone cold, and with the Acura, you want that engine is towards the rear end of the car. You do run quite a rearward bias in that car, and when you run a rearward bias on cold tires, you've either got to crank the bias a little bit further forward, add yourself some driver assist. Again, this is one of the things that we were talking about. Have a chat to yourself about before you go green, because that's 2 mistakes from 2 separate classes. And again, cold tires, triggering yourself, getting into the right phase. And remember, that car was sitting 4th. VSR competition, Nero was 4th place in GT Pro at that point in time. So they're, capable at the front end of town, and a team that's, they've got GTPs in here as well. And they've made that mistake. And again, that's caution number 617 that one has triggered, but that's 16th caution. That's 16th opportunity to have a chat And this is one of the things that the teams will walk away and talk about from this is, you know, a 24-hour race. It challenges you in different ways. We've been racing now for 5 minutes shy of 18 hours. We are 3/4 of the way through this one. And, you know, these sorts of mistakes are happening now. It's a fatigue thing.
Yeah, and now that we're going to slow down this race once again, 6 hours and 3 minutes left to go. We're going to throw to another quick commercial break, but do not go anywhere. As I said earlier, this is simply a time to grab popcorn, grab snacks, grab drinks, but don't leave, don't turn off the stream. 6 hours left of racing to go. We end this at 10 a.m. We will see you guys after this quick break. Do not go anywhere. We will see you guys soon.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
Welcome back. I hope you guys have your snacks and drinks in hand. I'll tell you what I have in hand. I have in hand a great ad read for one of the best setup shops on iRacing services, of course, Maconi Setup Shops. When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, and that's Maconi. With Maconi Setup Shop, they now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, and even event organization. With cars across all 4 license classes, they have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription starting at only $8 a month and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions. And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, they're their setups, but your victories. Maconi is an amazing setup shop that CIL raced for under a couple semesters. They provided us some great next-gen setups that I absolutely loved racing in. I finished 5th and 8th in both of the standings that we are using Maconi setup shops. And every other season, I finished past 20th position, so far back in the field. So I can really speak that I'm a big fan of Maconi. I like what they do, and I've got word that we might be able to get going green here soon, as this was a short caution due to the fact that we just got out of a caution, and it's going to be about 3 or 4 more laps is going to be my guess here.
Yeah, so one of the easiest reasons for not going straight into a long caution format like that is, again, we've already done all the hard work to realign all those fields. We don't need to do that work again. So we want to keep these one, generally nice and short and get the field diffusion. I think, that mixing, intermingling of classes, it's just not there anymore. So we don't have to do a lot of the hard work that we previously had to do. There's probably one team with a little bit of egg on their face at this point in time, and they'll get an opportunity on board car number 11 to reset themselves and have another go here. I believe we've actually got somebody sitting on to standby at this point in time. We actually have an interview from Ryan Surlik, who's sitting on standby. So let's see if we can grab him and have a little bit of a chat.
Yeah, welcome Ryan Surlik to the booth. We were really invested in your power through the field in that last green flag stint. You passed, I believe, the cars in 4th and 3rd, made your way to the guy up in 1st, and even took the lead momentarily before that unfortunate contact with the 512 car. Really walk us through your mentality over your stint.
Yeah, I mean, it started off pretty poor because I looked back on the stream praying that you guys didn't catch it, and you didn't. But I spun on the restart. I was really jittery, so spun on the restart, and then everything kind of just, tunnel vision. Tried to go for as much pace as I could. Ended up working out. Made my way all the way to 1st after a while. And then, we ended up getting binned as the full course yellow came out. But it's actually kind of better, I feel, because we were on the verge of a 10x. We got given the 10x. We served it. And this pace, or this full course yellow that just happened now, we went into the pits before it came out. So we served our drive-through, and we're good to go. We're starting from the back, but we got Lucas in. He's quick. We're going to make it all back. So we're pretty confident as a team. But yeah.
Yeah, and talk a bit about not only your car choice, but also your setup choice here, as it's been a big part of the discussion between me and Scott this past hour. So really talk us through why, or not the car you picked, as you're part of the P2 class. I'm absolutely losing my mind. It is 4 a.m. where I'm from. But the setup choice is a big thing. Did your team go for something a little more stable, maybe on the understeer side, or something more aggressive that maybe has more turn in on corners, a bit more pointy, but you might lose the car a little bit more?
I couldn't even tell you, to be honest. I mean, I'm kind of like you right now, where my brain's at the point where I can't think. I just, I can drive right now. Like we were trying to, and I know I'm deviating a bit, I'll go back to it, but we were trying to discuss what we were going to do for stints, and I couldn't even tell you the nonsense I was rambling off. But with the setup, I couldn't tell you about the setup. I mean, we have a setup guy, Renee. He's a great driver, great with setups. It's some setup from a setup shop that's pretty heavily adjusted for the long conditions that we're going to be going through. So it handles wonderfully. Probably one of my favorite setups that I've ever driven, if not my favorite. I know everyone else enjoys it on the team.
And Scott, you're much more in tune with these cars, Beck Racing as a whole. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask Ryan?
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, I mean, we're now through 3/4 of the race distance. Race effectively starts about now. You start keying yourself off towards the end. Has there been a little bit of discussion about who's going to be finishing the car and who you want to be in? Obviously, you're on the back foot at this point in time, but look, you've got 6 hours. You've got to build, realistically, you've got to distill this race down to that final 6 hours. We've still got a clean car. The car's still pointing in the right direction. We've still got capability on board of our side. Has there been a little bit of discussion about that?
Again, with the, we have a stint planner, but the stint times, I think, are at least 3 hours off by now because of all the full course yellows. So I couldn't tell you who's finishing. That's part of the discussion we were having as this new one came out. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. So
there's another car around another bus stop again. Sorry to cut you off. But,
I'll let you guys go now that the race started. I gave a pre-thing brief, so might as well give a post. But see you guys.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Of course, Ryan Surlik in that twin-turn SR-V by Debicka Bornheim 23 LMP2 Dallara cars. We are going green. We might have had a spin further back in the pack, but we're currently going to stay with the live action. Henrique Gomez for Lion GP times Bravo Snow in this 20 machine, fighting for his life in 7th, as because this pack has really grouped up, we have really close battles all up and down the field. The biggest gap in between 1st and 2nd is actually going to be in our GTP class. Nicholas Peterson got a great jump off the restart over Iker Estefania.
Yeah, it was kind of a 2. Joe Diaz in the No Limit Sim Racing Academy who actually had that spin on the restart. This time it was a GTP. On the last restart, we had an LMP2 and a GT3 spin and have an issue on the opening lap, but this time the GTPs wanted to get involved. Yeah, and this is a critical little battle up towards the point. That was for 4th and 5th. And BMW plays Ferrari in the GTPs. This will be a replay of João Diaz in the moment that he had. He's going to be on the exit of the bus stop. A little bit wide. Didn't take the curbs, but it looked like he might have still had some wheel in it. I think he went to build the throttle, and again, those tires just not responding, not hanging on to things underneath him, and there was just not quite enough downforce to keep that car pointed in the right direction. Have a look at the GT3s go by. I tell you what, Lucas, he's then got to pass those cars again. He loses so much time. You just see, just barely maybe nicks the curbing, just the slightest hint of curbing. There's a pass actually on for 4th and 5th into turn 1 and GTPs right now.
Yeah, too much loud pedal on too cold of tires sends that 2 car right around as we're going to go swiftly back on the board. This is Thomas Martin for V1M Racing, currently looking to take over this 4th place, currently headed by Andre Vitor Diaz of BMW M Team Delta Racing. That gap currently sits at just under 0.7 of a second, as this entire GTP field, besides 1st and 2nd, all under a blanket here seemingly. But I say besides, Nicholas Peterson, holy, has done a great job to pull a 2.5 second gap over the guys in 2nd on cold tires especially. He has mastered that cold tire restart, Scott, and he really has been able to find the pace, and we might have another wreck.
Issue.
I'm getting word it's the RTR Sim Racing, RTR Rick Team Racing. That's the 87.
Oh, they're on the racing
P2
line.
Class. Let's see what happens here.
Our leaders are just coming by at this point in time. Have a
So
look at
much
kind of ricochet off the wall, but have a look at where this car sits. That car stops there. There's no drive on that car. And the field is on their way to this car right now on the live pictures. We need to get back to live. The yellow's just being called, but this is the GT3 field dodging him. The GTPs are on their way to him. And he's actually just been cleared at this point in time. Look, again, remember that moment that we had that caused the first of those 3 yellows back to back to back? Well, that car's in a worse spot than that one. And again, there's more cars that are blindsided. You can either go hard drivers right, hard drivers left. We're obviously looking for the backward angle, so doesn't matter. Don't drive down the center of the road.
Yeah, and caution, breed caution is a very well-used phrase in oval racing most of the time, but we're seeing it firsthand here, and actually IMSA racing, in road racing, because of the tire temperature. That Scott and I sound like a broken record at this point, but it is such a big issue for these drivers, and because those tires keep going through those heat cycles, keep cooling down, as this can be a massive hit onto the 87. These caution rule is really coming into full effect, as it is going to be a long caution, Scott, which kind of catches me off guard because we did just come off of 2 previous cautions. But I guess it makes sense because maybe the pit lanes want to open again. These drivers want to come down for fresh tires, fill up that gas tank, because it has been a while since the last time that pit lane was open. I want fresh tires.
Well, the big problem is we've struggled to build tire temperature. I want fresh tires because I've got no temperature on board. I may as well take a pit stop. You know, it is sort of one of the things that I'm thinking. And the reason I say that is, again, I want to be off the back of the field, and I don't want to be catching that field at a rate of knots as well. I want the opportunity to just continue to try and maintain some temperature in the tires. It's just, there's nothing going through them at this point in time. They've got no speed on these cars. I think if you have a look at the LMP2 class last time around, 1 minute 45s, they're 6 seconds off in terms of their lap time. Same for the GTPs. The GT3s are actually the closest to their full pace, so they're about 4 seconds off as well. And 18 hours in the books, 18 yellows. We're going them at 1 an hour. Well, not at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not the rate you want to be seeing them at 1 caution per hour, but it's definitely better than what could happen. It always makes me think of SRA, ZTRL, some of the other series that I cast here on Fridays and Saturday nights. we had an 80-lap race in the trucks around Indianapolis. And Scott, the longest green flag run was 7 laps. And it was just an absolute slugfest, in the words of Nolan Rempel. But what won't be a slugfest is the upcoming schedule here for the VSCA Sports Car Championship. Of course, last weekend we had the Roar before the 24, which brought off an absolute thriller of a race. This weekend, we're bringing you live for the 24 hours of Daytona. But there's still a lot of racing action left all the way up until the end of the season, which ends in August. Next week, or not next week, but February 7th, in a month's time, it'll be Long Beach Street Circuit for 2 hours and 40 minutes. And then on the last day of February, we got 12 hours of Sebring, followed by Laguna Seca, VIR, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, Homestead Miami Speedway Road Course, and then closed off by 2 6-hour races at Watkins Glen and Road America, not Road Atlanta, even though me and Scott both are big fans of that track in Galveston, Georgia.
get that track on the schedule. What's it not doing on that schedule? I think is a critical thing.
I agree, 100%. I agree.
Man, Long Beach got on the schedule, but no Road Atlanta. Oh man, like we can sit here and criticize all we like, but you gotta vary it up. You gotta have some spice. Spice is good.
Yeah, and you mentioned a bit earlier, it is a very, very technical schedule. You think about Long Beach, you think about Sebring.
VIR.
You mentioned, and VIR as well, long sweeping corners, and those poor guys in Sebring. That track is so bumpy. You're absolutely, completely tired out by the time you're done with your stint.
Okay, I did actually just get an update. There is actually Petit Le Mans is on the schedule. It's the 11th race of the season.
Oh, I see.
10 on the graphic. So there you go. They do have it on the schedule. The league know what exactly they're on about. I believe we've got another interview coming our way as well. We just had some connection with the 73 car of Epic Van's Pulsar Esports team. Remember that? That was that Aston Martin we were checking in with a fair while ago. And I think Lucas, one of their drivers, has made their way to us.
And I will just really briefly, before talking with Joe Pedro Texera, who we have brought up to the booth, August 29th will be Indianapolis for 2 hours and 40 minutes. And this, yes, you are right. We will be going to Road Atlanta September 26th for a 10-hour race. But welcome to the booth here, João Pedro Texera. It's been a long grudge match in that 73 Epic Vans Pulsar Esports team, but you just finished your stint. Talk us through how the balance on the car felt, and talk us through really how you're able to make it through a stint this late at night.
First of all, thank you guys for having me here. I hope you guys are hearing me well. You can call me João, that's fine. You don't have to tell the full name. It's completely okay. The full name is just on iRacing. It has been a long night. As you know, I'm European from Portugal, so it just went sunny here. And it has been a long night. I did 4 stints in a row. The car was feeling super good. It was a bullet, completely bullet, and I was managing the tires. We didn't change tires multiple times because our strategy. We figured that we are not spending a lot on tire wear, and we figured that if we leave the pits without changing tires, we would have warm tires for the beginning of the 2 laps. So we wouldn't lose that much time. Nevertheless, the car again felt really good, and of course I'm super tired. Hopefully Ricardo can do some stints as well now until the other 2 guys arrive and probably take it until the end. Overall the car feels really good. Just sad to see something happening in the race control, which cost us from P1 to P last on the category. We don't know yet what happened. We have already messaged race control about it. We haven't got any replies yet. But it's really sad to see this happening. It was an important milestone on the 6-hour mark, which we have already passed. And, the guys here worked throughout the week. We worked throughout the weekend. We do spend some time outside of our family to race on this race, in this specific race, which is a 24 hours. It's really important for us as well. And having this happening to us feels really, really bad. We are gutted at the moment because we don't know what happened yet. We are not getting those positions back. We were P1 and we got to P last because of a mistake from race control. We think we haven't got a reply yet to justify this. But we got multiple teams already from our category messaging us saying, "Hey, so sorry for this to happen to you. We are really sorry that this happened during the full course yellow. It's not fair." And yeah, again, we are not getting those positions back because it has already passed, and probably the points we are not getting those as well. So it's really frustrated for someone that puts a lot of effort into this race. It spends a lot of time prepping the race and helping the other guys, and also during the race, because I just did, again, 4 stints in a row. 2 of them were smallish, and with the full course yellows, they're not that exhausting, I would say. But again, it's sad to see this happening at this point.
Okay. I have one
Yeah,
comment.
is-
I'm going to counter on that. Okay. Everyone makes mistakes. I think one of the biggest things I think you guys have got to do as a team is go, okay, that's happened. We've got to put it behind us. We can't do anything about it. We've already lodged it with the officials. The biggest thing that we can do as a team, as drivers, is go, that's already behind us. What we've got to do is focus on what's ahead of us. Let's go pick off cars. If those cars are already messaging you and they're saying, hey, you know, we don't want to see that happening, what will happen? You go to those cars, they'll probably just peel off out of the way, jump out of the way, and let it happen. So the biggest thing I'll be saying to you guys is, unfortunately, that's racing. It happens from time to time. People get it wrong. Can you tell me a sport where the umpire gets it right every single time? And I think the biggest thing is that everyone the world over will say no. That's part of sports car racing. Can we sit here and vent and focus on it? You're right. We can go, you know, this mistake has happened to us, but the other side of the coin is there's a race still to go. We've got 6 hours left to go. What I would like to hear from you guys is, okay, we're going to win this thing. We're now fired up. We're going to go out there and we're going to win this thing from where we are. And I think that's probably one of the bigger things. Like, be annoyed, be pissed off with how this has happened, but go and win the race off the back of that, I think, is what I want to hear from you guys.
No, you're right, Scott. You're right. There is no other sports that has flawless judgment, and we are all human. So at the end, we all make mistakes. That's fair. And I'm not judging at this point. I just want to understand what happened and what will be done, let's say, to try and mitigate those things that we lost during that time. That's what I'm concerning about. But for sure, we are fired up. We are we will throw everything that we have in this last 6 hours that we have in this race, and for sure we will try our best to win the race. That's still up for grabs. With the full course yellows, there's still plenty of stuff that will happen, and plenty of stuff that will happen for sure. So yeah, again, we are fired up. We just wanted to understand, to put this thing behind us, as you said, because we want to understand first and then accept that, okay, something will happen to mitigate those issues, because there are some points here on the grabs. And last year, for example, I can tell you that we, as Pulsar, we didn't win the GT Pro Endurance race by 1 point. And every point at this point matters. So at the end, you can say, hey, it's just 1 or 2 points, but at the end of the season might matter. But again, we just want to throw this out of the window, and we just want to understand what happened. Of course, we acknowledge everyone makes mistakes. That's fine. We just want to get things right, and at the end, we will put everything that we have until the end of the race for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for me, like as a sports fan, like, you know, one of the bigger things I think working in psychology in these sorts of spaces is, okay, cool, that's happened, be fired up. I love the passion, by the way. I really, really love the passion. I love that you guys are interested in it. There's, you know, some backstory and some history with that. So yeah, man, go win it. Go win it. If you win this from here, you know, it writes more of a story into it than anything else. So yeah, look, obviously it's rough. Something's happened there. We're not 100% what, because I think we missed it up here as well. We weren't quite sure what happened in that phase of the race as well. But yeah, look, after being around VSCA, and you've been around this series for a while as well, There is no series that doesn't make mistakes, but I think one of the biggest things is the guys who are actually quite open, quite honest, and quite happy to be like, yeah, we made a mistake here, we're going to improve that, we're going to work on that. I don't think the safety car procedures actually ever stayed the same year on year, which is one of the comments that they're always tinkering with it as well. So, yeah, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate that, Zhao, and thanks for being fired up, dude. I love race car drivers that are fired up but use it properly, That's the big thing.
No, I was already I was already giving the car to Ricardo, and I was saying, hey, I want to drop into green flag TV. I want to get this out of the way in order for me to, get some rest now. I will have my breakfast and then I will return, and hopefully I can put a lot more laps in, because the car again felt really, really good. We were flying, and again, like you said, we will fire everything that we have until the end of the race. And again, I would like to be here at the end of the race as a winner, again, to demonstrate that we had the pace and we had the, let's say, passion to get to the podium and win the race. So, yeah.
Go get him, brother. Go fire up. Go get your teammate fired up. Go win it. Go drive hard.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, big thank you to Zhao for joining us up here in the booth. And while the interview is happening, a lot of pits took, notably a good amount of drivers stayed out. Of course, those top two guys in the GTP class, that is VSR Competition and V1M, Samuel Aragon and Thomas Martin, respectively. They did stay out on their 17-lap old tires, so that might come into play when this green flag kicks off and this race restarts. But for now, we're going to throw to another commercial break, let you guys get a quick restroom break, grab some snacks, grab some drinks, but do not go anywhere, do not turn off the stream. We will see you guys in just a moment.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
All right, welcome back. I hope that your bladders are empty and your popcorn buckets are full, because we still have 5.5 more hours left of racing here today. And of course, this is the VSCA 24-hour Daytona, sponsored by Maconi. So what would this race be without another Maconi setup shop ad read? When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi. With Maconi Setup Shop, they now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, and event organization. With cars across all 4 license classes, they have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription starting at only $8 a month and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscription. And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, they're their setups, but your victories. Maconi Setup Shop is a setup shop that the league I run for, CIL, used for an entire year. I absolutely love how they drive, so make sure you check out that URL. And for $8 a month, that is a very, very good deal, as I'm sure Scott can attest that some of these setup shops can run you such a big budget. But Maconi at only $8 a month is definitely a steal.
Yeah, Maconi stuffs. Jeff Maconi in particular, being in and around him and everything that's going on, and seeing the success of his ability to get out there in real world racing and turn some lap in ARCAs and under a fair bit of pressure. And I think, it's the conversation we're just having with Zhao as well, I think is really, really important about sports psychology and just sort of talking to the mindset of drivers. I think it's really important. You can treat this as I'm going to show up, I'm going to have some fun, and you can be successful doing that, but you can also be really, really successful showing up, pushing yourself, and going, okay, well, I missed a 10th here, and there's a sector here, and I could have done some better bits and pieces in that. And I think one of the critical things about sim racing is there's a lot of opportunity to come at it from an amateur aspect, from a professional aspect, from a high intensity, high the word's just gone from my head, but high performance mentality. You can earn a lot, but critical's got to be having fun. And the thing I read from what we just spoke to Zhao about is he's fired up, he's passionate, so he cares, and this matters to him, which is why it's important. And the fact that they lost the championship last year by a single point, every point does matter. It's something they've walked away with at the end of last year, and they've reviewed, and all of a sudden there's an opportunity here. And remembering those points handed out at time periods as well, so points are clearly critical, and earning those points. But that Aston Martin's been quick. They've set the fastest lap of the race as well on board car 73. They've got the ability to overtake. There is a lot of time left here. We still got 5.5 hours for them to go hard. At 11th spot, they're on the lead lap. They've got themselves a clean car. They've got themselves some tire temperature. They've just done a pit stop here just recently as well. So fresh rubber, cars full to the brim with fuel. There's a bunch of cars ahead of them that haven't been down in recent pit cycles. I'm looking up at the GT Pro leaders as well. Talking two Lemmas, Locomotoré. Effectively, the first car who has pitted in this queue recently is 7th spot. So effectively, they've only got about 4 or 5 cars ahead of them that are actually on a recent pit. Everybody else is offset on their pit cycle. I actually think they might be in a really good stop, because I think from here, there's actually 4 pit stops at the end of the race in GT3. But for everyone else that's at the head of the field, there's actually 5. Yeah. So again, gains where you can find them.
100%, and sports psych is something that's been so important to me, because my relationship with racing hasn't really been too healthy these past couple of years, as I suffered from so much burnout, as my coach really pushed me, pressure that I felt from him, and there was a lot of mental exhaustion coming in from trying to find every 10th and telling yourself you keep making mistakes and really pushing yourself. It really is the balance between, having fun and being able to push yourself, but not being so nitpicky and so gritty and to the point that you burn yourself out with exhaustion. Because that is 100% something that happened to me, where I faced so much internal and external pressure and then so little recognition when I actually finished well. And let's say I'd finished 3rd, I would always be told it could have been a 2nd, it could have been a 1st, you're still missing something. And it was such a big burnout for me that I've really kind of lost my love for sim racing and racing as general, just because the balance. I wasn't able to find that balance between pushing myself and enjoying the sport.
Yeah, it's high performance works to a point. You physically cannot let it take away your appetite for enjoyment, or you will not enjoy. But that's also a life skill as well. I think that if you talk to a lot of people, a lot of people in jobs where they are just there for the paycheck, and it's critical for them to be there for the paycheck, or they don't get to eat and those sorts of things. But you can find a little bit of passion, a little bit of enjoyment in the job, and there's different ways to go about all of those sorts of things as well. I kind of see, this is a hobby. We're lucky enough on the broadcasting side, and for me, it's become a second job. Where I'm working. I think I'm signed up for 40 Wednesdays in 2026, commentating out here on the Australian side of things. But that does take a mental load. So, you've got to manage it and go, okay, what is my target? Am I walking into this to enjoy myself? And very, very quickly it steps over that line of, I'm going to put everything I can. But I think one of the biggest things, and this is sort of a mantra I really, really try and carry whenever I'm not enjoying myself, I go back to this, is what did you learn? And I think one of the things from a race driver's perspective is, if you're not out there and you're not learning everything, you're learning something from each and every race, or just having fun from each and every race, then you're probably doing it for the wrong reasons, or you're in it for the wrong bits and pieces. It's been really, really interesting to watch and interview Shane Van Gisbergen a whole bunch of times, and the way that I actually talk about him to a lot of other people, and after speaking with him and getting feedback from him about certain race issues, the guy's just a big kid. He's just a guy that's having a lot of fun. I think if you look at Kyle Larson, is another driver. Can you look at any drivers at a professional level anywhere the world over that haven't got a grin from ear to ear about getting to go racing? So that's primary. You've got to focus on having fun first, and then the high performance stuff is critical. It is absolutely critical. So that's doing all the right bits and pieces and looking at sector times and looking at where you can improve. But you've got to be having fun. And I can feel the burnout mindset. I've definitely done that, and commentary definitely takes away from that, because that's fun I could be having in the racing space. And now my commentary, actually, I focus on it being fun. I'm just having great conversations with great people about car racing. It's critical to have great conversations with great people. And we've got to be having fun with those conversations as well. So, look, it's interesting. They're fired up. I think if you're not fired up about what they went through, you're also not in the sport and not invested. So that there is, but making sure you leverage the energy that comes out of that constructively is critical. You can get mad about that and go off the deep end, and that's not adding anything. So yeah, look, it's a fine line to walk. Be annoyed, go fire up, and they will remain. If they win this race in the position they're in, this is one that will go on their wall. It was already going on their wall as a 24-hour victory, but then for the circumstances that you jump through, it just means so much more to those guys. Or even if they don't win this race, maybe they finish in the top 5, it will still mean more to them because of what happened, and that fires you up for the season year long. So again, using those circumstances in constructive means. But I think the big thing, the advice to be given to you, Lucas, is go back to enjoying yourself. Go back to enjoying yourself for sure. What am I looking for out of the racing? What am I looking for out of gaming? Because it's very easy for you to step outside of that box as well, and that's advice to drivers the world over.
Yeah, the enjoyment it's something definitely that I've tried to refine recently. And last semester in my IndyCar league, I definitely did a much better job of that. Is I stopped putting so much pressure in every week getting a good result for the championship, but every week just simply going out there, driving to the best of your ability, finishing where you finish, and just turning some good laps, putting on my music, and just really enjoying myself out there. And I finished 3rd in the championship, the best I ever had in that championship. And I was really, really proud of myself, and just finding the fun out there. And yeah, you bring up Kyle Larson, such a good point. That guy, of course, a seasoned NASCAR driver, goes out and does a Chili Bowl, goes out and does the Indy 500. He just loves racing. And I think, I don't know, I just kind of thought of this, so you can tell me if you agree on this or not. On the complete opposite side of the spectrum, I think you have Max Verstappen, who's out there to win. He's out there to improve, find every tap, destroy his opponents, and just be the best on the track.
I disagree. I think Max is still having fun with it, because he basically wrote 2025 off from a championship perspective, and then said, I'm going to have fun with it. I'm still going to push hard. There's having fun, and the difference between having fun and being elite high performance for those guys is really, really minor. It's so close together. But he had a lot more fun with, I think, the psychological points of the battle this year. So there's that as well. So there's real different ways you can attack it.
Yeah, and it is such an interesting. I know off broadcast you talked about how you love getting into the minds of this sport psychology between racers, and not only racers, but soccer, football, tennis. You think every single aspect of sports, esports, any competitive aspect, it has that mindset, it has that mental aspect that you have to focus on. And in recent times, it's becoming a lot more important, which I love. I really just love to see, because if you're not in tune with the mental side of things, if you don't know how to avoid burnout or effectively get out of burnout, and how to practice efficiently, how to make sure that you're staying focused throughout your entire practice, making sure you're locked in, and just also, speaking of the lock-in factor, getting locked in for a race, it's something that we talked about a little bit earlier, but these cautions are so long, and just snapping yourself back into full focus mode, clicking, turning that switch to where, okay, I drove at 60 miles an hour for 20 minutes, but now flipping that switch over to go, but not over pushing it on cold tires is such a hard balance to find, and it all goes back to that mental side.
We're about to go back to green. So again, this is the process. Doesn't matter what the process is, sometimes it's switching off, getting your eyes down the road, just watching about the traffic. Sometimes it's having a chat, having a laugh, having a banter. Maybe there's a joke. Zhao just walked off and got breakfast, I know, which is really interesting. So, if I'm in his team, what'd you have for breakfast? Man, that's not the breakfast of champions. What are you doing with yourself? You got more racing to do. A bit of laughter, a bit of banter in the team, I think, is really, really critical. And then he's like, okay, team has just said we are growing green at the end of this lap. Double check your gears, make sure you don't have fuel map on these cars anymore, but fuel map, gears, brakes. And I think the biggest conversation to have, particularly what we've seen in the last two restarts, is higher temp. You're going to have stone cold tires. Think about your brake bias. What is your starting number? For Porsche, it might be 46. Porsche GT3 might be 46. You might have cranked it to 48, 49, because you just rather have a front lock than you would a rear lock. Have a think about your numbers. Have a think about your traction controls. Have a think about your ABSs. Because this next 5 minutes, you're not going to win the race, but you are very easily going to lose that race. So survive, then fight. Survive, then fight, I think is the next conversations you're having with yourself.
Yeah, in a 24-hour race, it really is about attrition. It's about survival. And you mentioned, maybe setting that brake bias some more frontwards, because a front lockup is much less severe than a rear lockup. But here we go. It looks like Samuel Aragon, the leader of your GTP pack, is stepping his right foot down on the ladder pedal. It looks like we are going green once again. And of course, no overtaking allowed until the checkered flag, but can Thomas Martin find a slipstream all the way down this start-finish straight? Can he look for a move down into turn one? It's going to be under 0.2 of a second going into turn one. We do have a battle between 4th and 5th up behind that. Second place, maybe looking for the outside of turn one. Not going to happen. We go back to the LMP2 car side by side. Fredtien on Leoto Diaz. Fredtien looks like he's able to maintain that lead, and Aragon as well, able to maintain that lead, but close battles off the restart.
Yeah, critical. We've got to keep an eye on, just think about car 73 in the back of our minds as well. They're in a massive battle. There's an LMP2 out and then the weeds. 73 is trying to go to the outside of car number 24 for 9th place in the GT3s. The LMP2 is just doing the rejoin. Just in the background, you'll see some of these other cars that are trying to fight their way through. Down into the second horseshoe as they tip in. Here we go on the exit. Couple of Porsches. That's the LMP2 that's just rejoined. There's a GT3 that just went around in the background as well. One of the Aston Martins 157's gone around. They're into the infield. And so the challenge, the cold tires, the settling yourself down, pulling the car up accurately. Think about all of those aspects. 18 hours into this one. 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. And the biggest challenge still to come.
The cold tires once again catching out 2 to 3 drivers on this restart. As you mentioned, the 157 looping it for iRacing Today Motorsports VSCA. And yeah, we can get into replays a bit later, but for right now, we want to make sure we show you guys the live action, what's happening on
GTPs,
screen right now is, yeah, the battle between the GTPs under 0.4 of a second. It's still Thomas Martin versus Samuel Aragon, and there actually might be an overtake back further in the field. Currently looking at Iker Estefania, I believe is how that name is pronounced. He's in a big battle trying to get past JD Daniel. Of course, this battle for 4th place here.
I think Daniel actually just picked him off in a straight line. That Porsche in car 55 is being quick at the moment. The Pack Sim speed entry. JD Daniel on board that one at the moment. This is battling a little bit further back inside of our GTP field. Enrique Gomez going to slot back in behind Nicholas. And again, think about locking tires. Don't overpressure it. This is the LMP2s. The critical factor on restarts. 53 cars still in this race, trying to find their way into this one. That was down to Ruda in 30 entry. Fury Sim Sports in behind V1M11. That V1M car, remember, a couple restarts ago, they were at the head of the field, spun on the exit of the bus stop on cold tires. It looks like the field are treating their tires a little bit better this time. A couple of LMP2s with issues and spins on cold tires, but they all got away with it. And it's the 73 car who's just picked himself up a black flag. The replay to tell the story.
Yeah, Richard F. Santos for the Epic Vans Pulsar Esports team, who we just were interviewing drivers for that team. Unfortunately, loops it going on to the banking, giving himself over the incident limit. He's going to give himself a black flag. That is such an unfortunate penalty there, especially because we just had a lovely talk with them, and now we're going to go back to those first lap incidents. So the first one we're going to be looking at is that 22 machine of Rares Fretian for twin turn SRS by Dabika Bornheim. He just loops it right within, I believe that's turn 3, turn 4 area, that LMP2 car. Now on board, still with him. This is entering turn 1. A little bit shallow there for my liking, Scott. I can't be, not gonna lie to you. And out of 2, too much curb on cold tires.
Yeah, curb on cold tires. You used to be able to monster over those curbs, but they did a rescan of Daytona before the 24-hour last year, and those curbs became a lot more serrated 3D curbs. This will be the moment for Sam Gunstone, and I think that's the 73 car actually to his right. And the Aston Martin tries to get on power, so he just gets a fraction wide, picks up the curb, the car bounces fractionally again. Cold tires gets away from him on the outside for the iRacing Today Motorsports VSCA team. And Michael James is on a pit lane transfer. This is a McLaren on the way out of pit lane, so he's rejoining, and that'll be a drive-through penalty for that car. The good news is with all the teams backed up against each other at this point in time, it's a great opportunity to get a drive-through penalty served and get it out of the way. So for the Epic Vans team, they're going to try and get a little bit aggressive here. They've been through their pit lane and cleared that. They're now running nice and free. This is the battle for the lead in GTPs. That's the V1M car. No, sorry, my apologies. That's the GTP V1M car, who's going to try and go around the outside at this point in time. VSR Competizione. And Thomas Martin will have to wait a little while longer. Speed on board the V1M10 Ferrari, but not quite able to get it done at the moment from the VSR Competizione Porsche. I tell you what, how about the BMW? Did you think we were going to be having a 3-manufacturer battle with under 6 hours to go for the lead of GTP?
I definitely did not, but I love to see all 3 of these cars being competitive. Of course, the Porsche 963 versus the Ferrari 499P versus the BMW V8 Hybrid M. I believe I got all of those car names correctly, as I'm trying to really get in tune with the IMSA sport here, as I've just recently become a fan of IMSA, going to multiple Indianapolis races, going to Petit Le Mans. It's so breathtaking, and if any of you guys have a chance to make it out to any of the IMSA races, I highly recommend to do so. It is such a life-changing experience, as now the 71 of, that's going to be Unitronic Fisher Motorsport looking on the inside of the 84, or sorry, SimCity Racing 71 looking on the inside of the 84 Unitronic Fisher Motorsport, as he is going to get by Carson Allen, moving his team up into 6th place, as cutting back to the GTPs. That is still under 1/10 of a second gap between Martin and Aragon. They're actually going to be side by side. It's the 7 on the inside of the 10. Aragon holding that inside line, trying to defend from Thomas Martin. Can the 10 find something around the outside of turn 1? He might be looking for the over-under, but here comes Vitor Diaz from absolutely nowhere. That BMW cruising by that Ferrari to take away the 2nd place, as Martin was looking for the lead.
Yeah, look how aggressive they got on board V1M as well. Having a real challenge. The tricky part is, those two cars, the Ferrari and the Porsche that leads the way, of course, now the Ferrari back to third spot, they're on the same pit strategy. They've been out there for 27 laps on board those tires. However, BMW M Team, they came in 17 laps ago. 10 laps ago, my apologies. 17 laps after, a lot fresher tires, but crucially, a lot more fuel weight on board at this point in time. The BMW is starting to sing, and an opportunity presented itself, a little bit fresher tires. Now that they're back up to temperature, this car is quick.
Yeah, and the battling between Diaz and Martin, that gives Aragon a little bit of breathing space, but that breathing space going to be taken away as they approach the bus stop. Diaz gets a great slipstream all the way down that straight, and as they're approaching the start-finish straight, it is an absolutely massive straight, and that 12 machine is going to have so much time to try to reel in the car ahead. Yes, here we go, on board now with Andre Vito Diaz and Pax Simsport as well for 4th place. He's looking in. We're going to be 3 wide with the GT3 car, the 10 car. Thomas Martin, he was looking for the lead. Now he has to defend his 3rd place position. Keeps the Ferrari at bay into turn 1. But does that 55 entry have anything for turn through that international horseshoe as we cut back to the Silver Arrow McLaren?
Well, the big thing from that battle was that was all triggered by a mistake through the bus stop, fractionally deep for V1M and that 10 Ferrari. Something's just happened, actually. I think we just had an issue for the 2 car. We might have just had a BMW just drop from the server. They may have had an issue. I'm not seeing them out and circulating at this point in time and disappeared from server. There might be a problem. Unfortunately for that BMW is starting to sing. Now, the problem will be is that Pax Simsport was starting to build towards the back of that Ferrari. They will continue chasing. Here's the battle deeper in the field as well. Aston Martin, this is for lead in GT Pro.
Yeah, it's Ian Lawrence Brown looking for the move on Nicholas Soul, the 183 machine of Blocko Motoray against that 68 machine of 2 Lemaitre Racing. And into turn 1, Brown does not have an answer for the defense that Soul put up, but that Aston Martin Vantage is going to be a hound on the back of that 720S as he's just going to keep staying right within his draft, putting on the pressure onto Soul, and he's going to either wait for a mistake going to be made by Nicholas Soul or looking for some draft, as we have some news here from Scott.
I got some news, unfortunately, for car number 12 on the BMW M Team Delta Racing car. João Vitor Delgado has just taken the wheel of that car. It's been returned back to the pit lane. The driver was Andre Vitor Diaz. He's dropped from the server. Unfortunately, they dropped from 2nd place in the race. A long tow back to pit lane, and they are going to be relying on safety cars to bring them back in contention.
Yeah, that is such an unfortunate turn of events for that number 12 BMW M Team Delta Racing, especially because he just made a really good move to take 2nd place in the class and 2nd place overall, as we're going to take a turn to now Michael Adamczyk driving that 747 for Flight Level Racing, currently running 15th in the GT Pro Series. That's a lot of curb for the bus stop, and that's going to send that Ford Mustang wide, but he keeps it out of the barriers and he keeps it out of the wall. But a black flag given for the incident penalty is going to have to come down and serve a drive-through.
Yeah, that's okay. Car is still pointing in the right direction, though. So you'll take a drive-through. You'll let that happen. I'd rather a drive-through any day than putting it back on a tow hook, bringing it back to the pit lane. Battling up at the front of the GTPs has been eclectic of late. This is now looking at the battle in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, and here we go. The lead for the GTP. Oh, he's going to the outside. Thomas Martin, he gets blocked by Samuel Aragon, but he's going to try to stick a move around the outside as they cross the start-finish straight. Into turn 1 they go. Samuel Aragon really late on his brakes, not allowing Thomas Martin to stick it around the outside. And Aragon puts on a great defense there. He's going to have a little bit slower speed, though, entering the International Horseshoe as that Ferrari looking for the outside of the Porsche 963, but not able to find it as Samuel Aragon answers for the attack that Thomas Martin.
GT3. GT3 traffic, dodge to the outside. It actually lifts, so that Porsche's done quite well. to jump out of the way right there. I definitely thought the Porsche was going to get in the way. It is going to get in the way for the car in the background, JD Daniel, and the Pack Sim Sport car. Remember, that car has got fresh tires. They're still 1.5 seconds up the road from the next car in behind, which is the Wastegator car, the 32 Ferrari.
Yeah, it's the GT3 traffic. It's such an interesting part that IMSA Racing adds, this multi-class racing. Not only is it about having good racecraft against people within your class, but also having good racecraft against much slower cars or even much quicker cars if you're going to be in some of the other leagues. But Thomas Martin making the way down the inside of the LMP2 car as we're going to quick replay. It's a black flag, I believe, for one of the machines. It looks to be the 151 World of Sim Racing. Luis M. Diaz, one of my compatriots in the Collegiate iRacing League, looks to have gone over the instant limit here. He's currently running 4th in that GTD Pro class and really slow through the horseshoe there. I wonder if he loops it coming up?
No, he's made contact. That's a 4X.
Oh,
yeah.
I completely missed that.
I'm fairly certain he got the back end of that GTP. I'm reasonably certain he got the back end of that car.
Okay, yeah, so one more time. This is through turn 5. He does, you're right. He didn't expect the GTP to be slowing so much down. And
there's this huge...
4X.
We gotta go back to live pictures at turn 1. There's a BMW and a Mercedes around, and there's GTPs in the middle of it. And I think car number 83 off in the S is racing. Michael Garone on board. Just got tagged by a GTP. This will be one of the GTPs on their way through into turn 1. Yeah, this will be the GTP that caused it. Felipe Severa is trying to open up a hole, and he's just a fraction wide at the point where you've got to be nice and narrow. The GT3s go around in the background. And Felipe Severa, we were just talking about picking up 4Xs for contact. That is a destroyed left rear on board the 83 BMW in turn 1.
Well, this is a really chaotic time for it to be the turn of the hour as we take another look at this replay here. Just the 21 trying to open up a gap that probably wasn't there. The BMW wasn't expecting there to be a GTP to his side. Gets turned by him and collects that 75 as well. And this will probably be a 4-course yellow. Well,
unconfirmed. They're trying to get the car 83. This is live pictures at the moment.
Oh, no.
Remember how I said the left and rear of that car was quite destroyed and looking a little bit out? Yeah, there he goes.
It is crab walking super hard. You can tell it is not driving in full force at all. And this is where I will leave you guys. It has been a phenomenal 3 hours of casting. I've had so much fun, not only casting with Sky, also with you as well, Scott. We've had some great talks about mental health, the sports psych thing, and it's been so fun as well. Talking with Howie and Nolan once again, but I'm going to introduce Brad Daniels, who's going to take over for me, and it has been an amazing 3 hours. This is where I say goodbye. Peace.
We'll welcome Brad to the booth at this point in time. Brad, pleasure to have you on board for this one. We've just gone back to Green Flag Racing probably about 10 minutes ago, and then all the cars are just getting their tires back up to temperature as we get underway with 5 minutes and 5 hours left on the timer.
And thanks for letting me join in here, Scott. I've been watching a little bit here. Just woke up a little bit ago. Early morning here, at least where I'm sitting. Take a look at this replay real quick here, coming through the trial, I believe, of this incident. And, just watching all this little calamity unfold and getting sent around. I mean, nonetheless, I was doing a stint about 12 hours to this point ago, and half of my stint was under yellow flag conditions. So I'm no stranger to all of this going on right now, but nonetheless, seeing a little bit of bumper cars being had here is, not foreign, but at the same time, cautions breed cautions in these situations.
Yeah, tricky part of the race. I think this is one of the second time through for the GTPs, and they're just catching guys in awkward places and putting moves on, because you want to be aggressive. You've got to be aggressive to progress your race. Get down the road a little bit, but if not thinking again, we were talking with that 73 car not too long ago about, and one of the big things was, survival, but using the aggression, I think, as well. So the next couple hours are critical to the turn of the race. But more importantly than that, you've got to have yourself a car. We're going to have another yellow. Make sure you've got a car to fight with when it comes. Oh, look at the aggression through traffic.
I mean, the congestion is not for, especially when it comes to, these restarts, everyone gets back going again. And I loved watching the GTP action earlier, but, they catch up to the rest of the field, and then it starts to become just a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle trying to make the, get around the traffic, but at the same time trying to make the moves on your competitors. And, if you're like Thomas Martin, you can see those top three in the GTP class haven't gotten far away from each other comparative to all the other three classes. And in that fact, it's just an interesting diversification there in my mind. I'm not used to this multi-class racing, at least from a spectator view. I have taken part in it once before, but nonetheless, it was it's very enjoying to watch the action unfold here between all the different classes and trying to see how every driver is different and aggressive when they're aggressive and when they're not, and when they're trying to get around this traffic just to stay within a second of their competitors. And Scott, how are can you give me a little bit of an update here? Anything crazy that's happened here recently? I noticed some names and teams that were up at the top of the the timing table when I was on the comms here, but since then, has anything crazy happened?
Yeah, I think one of the big things is I'm just sort of trying to catch up with V1M11 in the LMP2 class. They were leading, coming back to the green after the first of our caution periods that we've had in the last hour, and spun as they come to the green, basically. So they're on their fight back through the field. 7th place for them. I think they fell down as far as 9th, so they've picked up a couple spots. They're now advantageous on strategy. So they're in a pretty reasonable spot, and they look to be a touch faster than the cars around them at the moment. They actually had one lap just there recently where they were one of the fastest cars out there at this point in time. But also, I think it's just at this point in time, there's actually quite a lot of cars. There's pretty much about half of each of the fields on different fuel strategies and different pit strategies at the moment. So realistically, we need to go about another 10-15 laps to let it all shake out and settle in, I think, is probably one of the best things at the moment. Because right now, the strategy's just so cat amongst the pigeons, it's very difficult to pick out who's been a gainer and who's been a loser over the last couple of hours.
Good to know. I've talked to the weight gauge racing team, Selena Ward, when I was on my last stint, and I saw they're still out there. But right now, we were all concerned, at least when I was on the comms here, of the World of Sim Racing team in the GTP class, and it looks like they haven't had, at least they weren't dominating like they were when I was originally looking or watching this race. But right now, all the matter seems to be with Thomas Martin and that 10 team up front that for Vision 1 Motorsports. These guys seem to be holding it off. Got about a second back to Samuel Aragon and JD Daniel, all keeping it close here. But nonetheless, Scott, when it comes to these type of races, I feel like you might have a little bit more.
Hang on, we got a Porsche.
Yep.
We got a Porsche GT3 car number 90 in the second horseshoe. Is pulled off to the side at the moment. The back end of that car has either seen the barrier or it's seen. I think they've gone in backwards. Yeah, they've come through the kink and had a moment. And we'll get to see that here in a sec.
Whoa, the 90 sent right around for the Intercomp Fisher Motorsports, and the wing reappeared. It decided to jump off just for a second there, and I guess I was trying to see if that was a tow-away zone. They must have got the okay from the stewards to tow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And there's a black flag for the V1M car of Thomas Martin. That 10 team, I believe, was in the lead and now has a black flag. Oh, trouble coming in turn 4.
That's this lap. Remember, penalty incident point limits every 10. So preventing from getting any contact is actually critical.
Not much room for error there, with only 10 incident points.
That's every 10 you're going to be picking up drive-through penalties as well. So it's critical from that to ensure that you know, you're trying to put the car in smart places, I think. And we're talking in the last stint as well about not only just bringing the tires into temperature, but the GTP tires. You can mark them up, Brad. And if you pinch a brake trying to get to the inside of one of the GT3s as well on a run to turn 1 or something, you know, not only are you going to go ball wide and touch that car and pick up potentially some incident points to go against your tally, but that's a mark that's on that tire permanently. I think this is actually our racing V1M. Yeah, they're going to serve their drive-through penalty immediately. So they'll dive into the pit lane, and I think that is a change for our GTP lead, and there's a battle in LMP2 as well. Sorry, my apologies. Battle for P2 and the GTPs there, Brad.
It is heating up. Nicholas Pedersen and JD Daniel going at it here, going through the horseshoe, coming through turns 4, looking towards turns 5 and 6. These two, I mean, really, you got Samuel Aragon, who was pulled about a second on these two. So these two just trying to maybe get through some traffic when they can, but at the same time, you know, it looks like JD Daniel is able to make a move around. I can't get the car number off of that GT car that is in between them, but nonetheless, Nicholas Pedersen got to lose a lot of time, about a second now behind JD Daniel because of trying to get around that traffic. Now settling himself back out into the turn 8, going into turns 9 through 11.
Balance here through the bus stop will be critical. Just managing the car and managing the laps. Driven a lot of races with drivers over the years, and they get frustrated when they're caught up in traffic lap after lap after lap after lap. But buddy, that's multi-class racing. That's IMSA. You're going to be in that. I think actually the IMSA official track this week's Red Bull Ring. I ran a race the other day. You were getting traffic pretty regularly, you know, with the significant pace differences between the classes and a short lap time as well. I think we're actually starting to enter that pit window for a number of the cars. I'm seeing a fair few GT3s on pit lane. One of the GTPs has just come to the lane as well. Yeah, so everyone that was due a pit stop in GTP has just dived to the lane. And we're about halfway through the stint for everyone who's stayed out. So be a change in position. And I think Pack Simsport have just taken over the lead. That car you were talking about earlier, Brad, that's them in P2, Wastegate.
I guess maybe I'm lucky. I don't know. Either way, that you can see the Pack Sim support.
Oh, bomb! That is a dive bomb there from the Wastegate team. Get to the inside of the horseshoe. And that was a pass to the lead in GTP.
We were watching it live on board. You could see that send to the inside for Nicholas Pedersen. That Wastegate Racing machine able to take a hold of that top spot in the GTP class and take, I believe, still have it as of now. Just keep on going.
Nice and accurate. Very accurate. Nicholas
Beautiful move.
Pedersen pucked it up lovely on that apex. Accuracy and discipline over 24 hours. You've got to have pace. You definitely got to be quick, but accuracy and discipline are the big things. If you hesitate to go for a move, yeah, here's one. And again, just recognizing the situation, just rolling out, following the Porsche. There's not much you can really do in that situation, but just be smart, use your head. That's actually two different classes in our GT3 field as well, battling, so that one wasn't even full position. So the Porsche's got to be aggressive. He's got to try and clear through the traffic as well.
Now these two can deal it out a little easier. It looks like they don't have much traffic up ahead, but nonetheless, I mean, I feel like, you know, Scott, if, you know, with this multi-class racing, I feel like your mentality and you just gotta keep your wits about you whenever you go through this at a certain point, because at least for me right now, if, you know, you just woke me up 30 minutes ago and threw me in the car, I would have a little bit of trouble trying to keep my consistency up and also just trying to keep my speed up. And I know for a lot of these drivers, it might be a benefit of, you know, the time of day that they're in right now, because in the Americas, you know, it's a little, we're getting right past the graveyard shift, getting into the morning now. But for everyone pretty much else that's outside of North and South America, you're in your normal day span. So if a team has somebody, say, from Spain and somebody from America, that might benefit them greatly just to, have their natural body progression able to keep themselves awake, consistent. And like you said, you got to try to keep this car in one piece. Try to make sure you're not, throwing it aggressively into these passes around the other classes. And if you're someone in that GT class too, I feel like you got to also make sure you're not becoming a roadblock for these guys. And also somebody that's going to be aggressive might just end your day as well.
Well, we're talking to somebody from Portugal just earlier and on board that 73 car, Xiao, Portuguese. So he's in a really, really good time zone where he's just had breakfast. I can tell you, just before commentating, I had dinner. I walked into this just over 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. I just had dinner here in Australia. And I've been picked up for that exact purpose from a number of teams over my time period on iRacing. Is because, hey, we can all go to bed at 9:30, 10 o'clock, get a great night's sleep, wake up, and you're just like, yeah, it's like 11:30 p.m. here in Australia. It's a great time for me to do all of my racing. And I'm good to go. So, manipulating the clock and using people located all over the globe, that's something you don't get in real world racing. I love racing with American teams, by the way. It's great because I get to have my life and still do racing, at a reasonable time. I get to maintain my bedtime during 24-hour races. It takes such a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, and especially for these endurance races, in college, I did a endurance race, a 24-hour race with some of my teammates there at college, and it was a little difficult since everyone is in the same room. Obviously, we couldn't have that, option to really have someone in a different time zone or worry about anything like that. But we're gonna real quickly here take a replay, looking back on off the S's racing GT, and just sends it around coming through turn 1, almost into turn 2. Luckily, everyone able to get past the 83.
Is that the same car that was around about 10 minutes ago? 5 minutes ago? They had a massive amount of repairs to the pits. I think it might have been.
I didn't think back. Nonetheless, just getting back on their feet, even if it was the 83. We have Scarlett DeMarco has a black flag for the twin-turn SRS machine, the 22. So they will have to make a stop down pit road to address the black flag here. And, oh, yeah, just because of that.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
That's racing. That's racing, baby. They've got a car that's still performing, that's still in a window. They're still capable of doing things with. They'll take a drive-through penalty. There's a penalty in that. How else do you penalize that? It's tricky, but their car's still alive. At the end of the day, they've done the right thing.
And I know that, you can see the 22 coming down pit road now. You got Rico Kalmeyer right in front. Or the V1M machine in 7th place right now. But nonetheless, it's like you said, you'd very much prefer to have that car in one piece, and no matter what, if you take those off tracks, that's only 5 off tracks now. I'm thinking about it, I believe. If you got that 2x per off track, so you don't have much wiggle room when it comes to black flags. So everyone that is maybe a little weary, a little tired, maybe a little exhausted from doing some double, triple stints, might be trying to call it in, try to get a new driver in there with fresh eyes and try to get going again and avoid maybe some more black flags. Because especially after these restarts, you get stuff like that where it's just, we've had a lot of time since the last restart here, but nonetheless, you get a lot of congestion, a lot of confusion sometimes when the incident happens ahead.
Just keeping an eye on our battle for the race lead in GTP. Actually, I think there's a little bit of a gap. I was just watching at the moment, Nicholas Pedersen just managing some traffic. There's Sam Gunston in the iRacing Today Motorsports VSCA car. They're doing quite well in class. Should be reasonably happy for them. But I think traffic management's critical. By the way, our race leader in GTP is just coming up on the back of 7th place car, Thomas Martin, which was the V1M number 10 car. And remember, they were just battling for the lead not too long ago. They're still trying to bring tires up to temperature on board that car. Sticking with Sam Gunston a little bit while longer. Porsche's having some issues just ahead of them as well. But the V1M number 10 car has gone from battling for the lead to off the lead lap. Because they had a drive-through penalty immediately followed by a pit stop. This is going to be a long stop as well for car number 14, speeding on pit lane entry.
And you know, that might be an underrated, a little underrated aspect is obviously the pit road entry exit, you know, keeping your speed up, but you know, it probably was practiced a couple times. Oh, not the 757 of the flight level racing machine. Paulo Calvo is off the track right now. Take a look back at the replay, see what happened here to that flight level racing machine. Just touches a little bit of grass there. Oh, hard into the fire barrier. Oh my lord, that is a powerful, powerful hit to the back end of that LMP2.
That might be a full course yellow, you know. That might be a full course yellow. That car is, you know, very... No, they're gone. That's been cleared. So they've deemed that the amount of runoff area either side of that car is enough to be towed out of the way without incident.
Looking on board again. Damn, yeah, that is just that little bit of grass and just sends the back end around. We'll ride on board here. And, you know, if you're Paolo, you're not... It doesn't take much, obviously, for these cars to get blooped around, and that is exactly the detriment for that flight level racing machine. He has to send that LMP2 back to pit road, and that's going to put him down at least a couple of laps.
Keep an eye on Sean Dell on board the number 9 Daily Kart Market Errors racing car. He's just had a moment in turn 1 not too long ago on board that Lamborghini as well. Managed to get out of there without too much of an issue. Again, the track is just cluttered with cars just about everywhere. Trying to keep themselves alive right now.
The Porsches are having a good time right here in the GT Pro class. They got the top 3 locked down. I know, obviously, I forget who said it earlier, but the LMP2s had all of the same class, funny enough. Everyone's sticking those in, but obviously not really a choice. Thought that was funny. But, you know, nonetheless, the manufacturers, I think, is an important part, too, because, you know, when you think of road racing, you think of endurance racing, anything like that. I am not in that, you know, commentating field typically. I know a little bit about the differences between the different manufacturers and how they drive. I like to throw myself in some of these. I do like driving the Ferrari every so often in the GTP class. But we're actually going to take a look here. Maybe an incident.
Yeah, this is an incident. This is the one I was talking about for Sean O'Dell. And the rear end just got away from him fractionally on turning point. Fraction too deep on the brakes, by the way. Yeah, back to what you were saying, Brad. I think I was just about to quiz you on, I mean, we've just had some really interesting tracks, and our producer and I have actually been bantering away in the background about Australian tracks, and we've just had probably one of the most long-awaited tracks from the Australian community from Adelaide Street Circuit. Critical to the iRacing community because it was the host of the Formula 1 Grand Prix in Australia for a number of years. But of any of the street tracks that have been added recently, and there's the Miami Grand Prix among them, have you done laps around any?
I'm trying to think. As of recently, I usually... Miami, yes. Not recently. And I've done the Chicago street course.
No, okay. Now, when you say Miami, you're talking about Homestead.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, in the bin. I'm going to message Nolan, who's our boss over here at Green Flag TV. Needs some new talent. Don't know about street circuits. Miami. We're talking about Cold Rock Stadium in Miami, which is the Formula 1 track, by the way.
I have watched that. Sorry, I had a moment there. That was my fault. Kind of lapse in judgment, and I don't...
I had a sneaking suspicion you were a NASCAR driver when you jumped in here, and I was like, okay, I can have some fun with this guy. Oh! And that's the 73 machine. That was a live shot. We transitioned to that at the right point in time for the Epic Fans car. They've got some work to do. There's also a battle to pit lane. I just saw Rico Kohlmeyer on board the number 11 LMP2. So Ricardo's gone around. So they're pressing on and driving very hard. So again, we were talking a little while ago with one of the other drivers that's on board of this team. They'll be sharing this to the end of the race and talking about they're fired up and they're wanting to press on. I think that's crossing the line. They're being a little bit too aggressive. You gotta be consistently high performing, and sometimes it's difficult to do that when you're a little bit mad. Sometimes you see red and you just get into this flow state. That's not that for me.
That hurts a lot, obviously, with a lot of these drivers, trying to keep in one piece. We keep saying that, but nonetheless, we got all these pit stops also happening. These pit cycles are helping some and being a detriment to others right now. Nicholas Pedersen, I mean, right now in second in that GTP class, but Mark, it looks like the 96 machine from Albrecht Motorsports still putting it out there, still trying to keep it leading some laps for the class and overall. But you look through the rest of this field right now and looking at the timing table, and it's a little interesting. You got a lot of drivers who are just kind of spaced out, as you see 96 putting it down pit road now. Maybe we'll see a driver swap. We'll have to see here in a moment. But all that being said and done, the leaders of each class have a pretty comfortable lead at this point after about 30 minutes or so of green flag racing.
Yeah, that was critical actually. So this is Nicholas Pedersen. He took the lead on track not too long ago. For the Wastegate Racing number 32, and then he came to pit lane. He's got back out there since the pit stop and pressed on. Albrecht Motorsport on pit lane at this point in time for an extended stay. They went 2 laps longer than the Wastegate machine on the stint length, on the fuel. We are under 5 hours left to run, by the way, as well. 4 hours and 40 minutes. Break it up by 4 hours, there's 6 segments. There'll be 1/6 of the race to go in 40 minutes time. It's challenging. It's even more challenging, Brad, when you have to turn right as well as left.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you got a little more aspects to it. It's a whole different world at that point, right? And I know in the one league that I have raced in and commentated in both, that there's a lot of racers. Also, Lucas Booty, our last commentator, he will definitely tell you too. Turning left and right is a lot more. There's a different skill set and a whole lot more, I feel, patience when it comes to this type of racing, to this enduro racing, than you would during any oval racing that you go to. But nonetheless, even when it looks like somebody back there had a little bit of a lock up there. That's the 96 who just came out of pit road of Albrecht Motorsports. But comparing to, I feel like you can't get too into the weeds of it, because eventually you're just going to start saying this is important, this isn't in each league. And but at the same time, you've seen drivers, you can see a little bit of a hiccup there for the 96. But just, you see drivers try to make that change, and it's hard. I think Juan Pablo Montoya might be the best example of somebody who's found success at both. But at the same time, it's hard to find someone that can dominate both efficiently and say they're having fun while they're doing it.
Yeah, and that's the challenge, and particularly over 24 hours is not just keeping yourself entertained, but the racing is definitely entertaining, but you'll have periods there where you need to be on standby and full course yellow procedures. You've got to make an assessment about whether or not it's best to make a pit stop in those instances, which means you generally need assistance. Talking to you about the traffic, watching that rear view mirror is difficult sometimes. You can't often read it. It doesn't give you the full picture of what's coming. So somebody just there to have a look at the traffic they're probably expecting for that lap, say, look, you'll probably have one car in the first sector, will be a GTP, expect them about here. another car in the middle of the sector, another car around the bus stop, those sorts of things. Look at the line of traffic these guys are fighting through as they come out of turn 1, 2, and 3. You gotta lift, you gotta make way, you gotta try and navigate, because again, it's minimizing. Races are not won and lost about who's the fastest. It's about who's the most consistent. You can go out there and set the fastest lap of the race, but if you're off the track the next lap, there was no point in setting that. You can't cook the tire, you can't overdo the tire. It's about making sure that you're there for all 24 hours, and it's the first one across the finish line at the end of that 24 hours. So there could be 23 hours where you were insignificant, you were out in the weeds. They only pay race wins at the end of that one, and that again is right there on paper. That's reading the moment, reading the traffic, reading the scenario.
And it sounds like everyone that's involved in this one here got a black flag from this one too. But yeah, reading the room, it's something that, especially when I did the endurance race that I did, I quickly had to learn, when the right points to let someone through is, and also like just make sure I'm not a complete brick wall out there on the track while trying to, just log some laps, keep position, everything like that. But nonetheless, yeah, with endurance racing and big bump there for the 157 of San Gunstone. And that's going to be a black flag for the iRacing Today Motorsports machine. But man, oh man, you can see he's getting down pit road. That's actually a lot of damage I would expect to the floor of that machine, and everyone serving their black flags now. But yeah, I think when it comes to endurance racing, and the one aspect that I've found that a lot of people need to do is just going through adversity, keeping themselves locked in and keep it consistent through the traffic and know when to pass here. You can see the 88, Marco Villela from RTR, trying to go on that inside line. We looked at this earlier, just getting a little bumper car effect there that's going to cause 3 black flags.
Yeah, contact for all 3 of them. But yeah, look, the difference in mindset from being a sprint race driver, a 40-minute-an-hour race driver, that's pretty easy. You don't have to think too much about strategy. You don't have to think about pit stops. You don't have to think about what a move is going to represent. And then there's the multi-class racing as well. Leaning on the tire just enough that you're extracting pace from it. Thinking about leaving the inside open. It's worthwhile pointing out Marble's really significant build-up at this end of the race as well. On the outside of the track is tricky. So it's not all that easy to keep yourself out there circulating and letting guys go down the inside when you've got to take the outside line because there's a GTP to your inside. Put yourself in the marbles, you've got to balance the car, you've got to think about allowing that car to go in a manner that loses you the least amount of time. That's multi-class racing for me, to be honest. It's sometimes fighting a car through a corner costs you 3, 4, 5 tenths of a second. Lifting before you get to the corner, that's 2 tenths. There's 3 tenths you both just made up.
I didn't think of that. Now you're saying that.
Oh, nobody does, man. Nobody on iRacing does. There's definitely times where you want to fight stuff, and the thing about it, even thinking about for you, Brad, from an oval mindset, lifting and letting a guy go, even though you're quicker than him, do what RTR's doing right here, although they're coming in for a pit stop. Letting a car go when they're battling you on the entry to the bus stop right there, because you know that you're going to have to pit, you know that you need to be the left-hand side coming out. That's a decision you've got to make. If you're not aware of all these little things, you'll put yourself in bad positions, and that's where you make mistakes. Have a plan, have a backup plan, and watch that review. The reason I've had a successful endurance racing career on iRacing is because I watch my rearview mirror like a hawk.
And I guess I want to pick your brain a little bit here on this. I mean, since not too much is at least nothing crazy here is going on the track. But, watching that rear view mirror along with, trying to stay fast and not trying to put yourself in a bad situation. Whenever you're in those big groups of, say, like 5, 6 cars in different classes going through the infield here in Daytona, what's your mindset if you're that car in the front of everyone? You have some faster cars behind, but I know when it comes to some of these turns, the GTs and the prototypes might be around the same range, just not that crazy. It's just once you get out of the corner, it feels like there's a lot of you know, a little bit of a difference there. Wow. So
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, that was a huge moment. Yeah, that was car 22. Coming through the bus stop and leaping over the anti-cut curbs. It's really critical and important to understand the GT3s actually have more mechanical grip, and generally what that means is lower speed grip. Anything with a big old honking wing and an underfloor body and that sort of stuff, they're always going to have the high speed stuff. They're going to be quite quick in a straight line because the engines are bigger. They're a little bit more efficient in the way they punch through the air as well. And the thing is, this is going to be a replay of this LMP2 coming through bus stop. Touch wide, up and over that curb. That's an incident point, by the way. For touching that section of the anti-cut curbs is considered an off-track in the current build. But yeah, it's path of least resistance is the other thing. That GTP wants to get by, and having sometimes a look at the relative before you get into a difficult corner and going, okay, there's 3 GTPs coming and they are all fighting for position, that tells me they all want to come by. I can't slam the door closed and turn back down the racetrack on corner exit because there's going to be another one coming through. You know, that's checking your mirror, that's checking your relative. We get the opportunity to check the relative on iRacing. It's using the tools that are available to you. It was a really, really interesting debate, admittedly backed in by some really good wet pace I had. I ended up winning Road Atlanta late in the year last year in a GT3 car. And one of the other teams that we actually beat ended up blowing up at us for the rest of the race. And this is where I say watching the rearview mirror like a hawk really comes in handy. Is I went back and had a look at the incident that actually took them out of the race, and they spent the rest of the race complaining at us and going, enjoy your Mickey Mouse win, you know, you guys got really, really lucky. And that's part of racing. You go racing, you get a little bit lucky. But I also said back to them at the same time, look, guys, you had an opportunity to look in your rearview mirror. It was a wet track that was drying, and we'd all just transitioned over the slicks, and there was an LMP2 and a GTP car that tried to go down the inside of these guys, and they could have lifted, they could have backed out, and they could have survived. They were 3/4 of a lap ahead in the GT3. They're not getting caught. So how do you lose that race? How do you lose that race, I think, is one of the big things. And driving to your race scenario, and Brad, you'd be aware of this in Oval, you know, pushing on those tires and burning off those tires. Yeah, it's great for 5 laps, and if there's 5 or 10 laps left at the back end of a race after a caution period, you're going to want to do that. But that strategy is no good if you're going to have a 45 or 50 lap run on those tires. You've got to have something to play with. So thinking about where you are in the race and driving to those sets of conditions and what's in front of you, there are guys who are worse drivers who have won these less skilled, less speedy, less pacey drivers who have won these races. And the reason they've won these races is because they get in the car and they go, what is my job? A little bit of a rock up here from Dan DeRuda. And that's what put him out in that weird spot. But they win the races by going, okay, my job is to hand the car back over to a driver who is going to go out there and try and win the race for us. If I hand him a clean car that has no damage on it, and I watch my mirror like a hawk, and I never touch anything, and I never do anything wrong, or I never put a toe out of line, you know, he's got everything to go racing with, and there's another car around as well.
Trying to see who that was that got sent around, but yeah, that's all good points, Scott, and I really appreciate that look into your eyes for that. We're gonna.
It was the number 90 car again.
This looks like a separate incident here for the flight level racing 757, the LMP2 getting in turn 1, and he's just running his race right now. At some point here gets a little bit of an incident. We'll also take a look back at that other incident here eventually.
This will be the moment for Jordan Strand. Watch the grass here. Just picks up the grass and the curb on the turn in. The car number 90, which is nearly identical issue that they had not too long ago. Brown survives, lives on to play another day, but yeah, they've had a troubled day on board card 90.
You can barely tell. I believe that is an LMP2 that came up the inside there, and maybe just a little, like trying to just keep way there for the 90, got him in the grass, and that's all it takes. Maximizing the angles. It's definitely, a little. You can get a little carried overboard with it, and obviously you don't want to touch grass when it comes to racing in any sort. So unfortunate for the 90 team there, and we got a battle, it looks like, here between the 22 and the 30 for the 6th place position. Trading blows, going through turn 4, the horseshoe, and right now it looks like Scarlett DeMarco in that 22 twin turn SRS just trying to do what he can to keep Dan Reuter here.
He's having a little bit of problems at the moment. He's pinched a few brakes. Dan Reuter. A few strategies issues. I think they might be. I'll just have a quick look into when they last pit. They've been on those tires for about 4 laps. So just bringing them in gently. They've had a few mistakes on those out laps. I think that's just impacted his confidence. Oh,
a little bit of a hit. Ooh. So yeah, I guess while we have the time to go through here, we're gonna take a look through the top 3 of the GTP class. We got starting up here. We got Wastegate Racing and Nicholas Pedersen, who we did talk about before, where I was talking to his teammate earlier. And all that being said, it looks like I might be a lucky charm. I don't know. The 32 team, nonetheless, up in the lead, about 11 seconds until you get back to that 32 team of the 55 team of Pack Sim Sports and JD Daniel. And then you got another about 5 seconds to Samuel Aragon, who those guys, just trying to keep themselves consistent, trying to maybe get some time back here to that Wastegate Racing machine. But, you got a little bit of, when it comes to double-digit time, double-digit seconds to get back to the leader, you got to do more than just be consistent. You got to be fast while doing it, or maybe even hope Nicholas has a little bit of a hiccup, maybe a black flag, something at this point. It's still got 4 hours. Not like we got to do a final countdown here, trying to push yourself too much. But all that being said and done, these 3 really trying to just do what they can to catch themselves back up to the 32 team.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the strategy in this class as well. From Samuel Aragon, he's actually been out on these tires for the longest since the most recent pit stop of anyone inside of the top 3, and indeed anyone inside the top 5. Currently 18 laps into a stint. Their last stint was about 38 laps. That was assisted by 3 separate safety car periods. Not expecting them to do anywhere near that long. I'm expecting anywhere in and around that 30 lap marker for their fuel stint. That says to me just beyond the halfway marker in terms of their stint. Race leader, 13 laps on board of their stint at the moment for Wastegate. They are just shy of the halfway mark on their stint, right in the meat of the tires. This is where the best pace of that car is probably starting to eke away, and they'll fade towards the back end of this stint as well. Pack Sim Speed, they're 11 laps in their stint. Little bit fresher tires, pace for them at the moment, but critically, the fastest drivers being, that was the LMP2 leader, actually, as we just cut to that. So that's going to change things in how we talk about the LMP2 class, and there'll be a replay coming our way.
See, it was already a lot of action going on here through turns 4 and 5. And you're going to see going into turn 6 here. It's right up on the back bumper, and all it takes for the 420 to go around. He has to go into the grass to get off the race course and save his car and many others.
That's damage on the front end of that car as well. Did you see that?
Yeah. So,
yeah, there's a lot of strategy playing its way out in the GTP class. So it'll take us through LMP2.
And now jumping into that 5-12 rescue skill by WMS team. You got Marcus Jung right now holding that car in the lead. And not too far behind now is Dominic Eisenberg sitting in that twin turn SRV machine. And you can see this class is pretty much back at it again here with, you know, these guys are very close to each other. You can see their stints are very, very close together, about 13 to 11 laps when you get back here to Rico Kallmeyer. And then you got Michael Williams, who we just saw have that incident just coming about a lap ago, almost a lap ago, to the point for that track limits machine. These guys still trying to figure it out, still trying to, you know, get past each other, get past the traffic while doing it as well. And, you know, when it comes to strategy for these drivers, you know, you can see some of those others in the LMP2 class have some fresher tires, but really all these front runners are pretty close together. Those two I thought were going to maybe get into it there through turn 6. I thought it was a real close race in there.
Yeah, that indeed it was. That's the top 3 in board of this class. Remember, V1M, they were in a little bit of a tricky position. They did need to get themselves away and clear a penalty in their Pro Series, in the GTP car. This car has led the race in terms of that P3 car at this point in time. Still a little bit of work for them to do. They're still bringing their tires back into things, but there's been a couple mistakes. We've just seen it. This LMP2 class is really quite close. Top 4 in the category currently covered, but less than 3.5 seconds. Traffic is going to be critical. Let's talk about the strategy piece for these guys as well. Currently on the freshest tires is third placed V1M. They're 11 laps into their stint. Everybody else in the top 5 is longer on their tires, but only just. The whole class is right next to each other in terms of their strategy. Looking for somewhere around a 25-lap race distance for these cars and their strategy. They're just shy of their halfway mark. The difference from the most time on the tires to the least time on the tires, V1M 11, 12 laps on their tires as they pass this start-finish line, this time by 15 laps for 4th place track limits. So they're really, really tight together in terms of their strategy at this point in time.
Right now, you know, it gets a little interesting when you kind of look back here to now the GT Pro class, where you have Ian Lawrence Brown from Blocco Motore leading that class. He's got a stint of 24 laps under his belt right now. But if you look at Peter Spidgeman, if I got that right, Spickman, for SimCity Racing, he is about 5 laps on his tires, so he's got he's gotten a very fresh set of tires on that 71 SimCity Racing machine. Then you jump back here to third for Curtis Treiber from Double Stint Racing. You got about 15 laps. And, you know, when you look back through the GT Pro class, they have very different stints going on right now. Some in the single digits, some above 20 laps. And I would say a majority of them right now sitting in that mid-teens, somewhere in there. So if you're Ian Lawrence Brown, you're going to get right to the end of your stint. And Scott, you know, looking more into this, I think, you know, we're going to probably see Peter Spickman, you know, take that lead in the class back away here in this coming moments.
Yeah, this will be a really, really tricky one to manage. We just talked about the tire strategies and the offsets and all the other categories. Well, GT Pro is the category with the most. Right now, Blocco Motore talking about they're on the middle of a long lead at this point in time. The reason for that lead, they're 25 laps into a stint. Guess how big the lead is? 25 seconds. That's a nice number that matches up. Don't think that's actually related to their strategy. They're due in for a pit stop somewhere in the next 5 to 8 laps, I would expect for them. On the other side of the coin, SimCity, they pit 6 laps ago. They're fresh on tires. They've gone through their cold tide warm-up phase. Now they're on the opposite end of that one. There's actually a slow LMP2 at this point in time. 10th place, and I think the last running of the LMP2s. Caution is actually going to come out. Great opportunity for us to talk about the strategy a little bit further. 3rd place, double stint racing car. They're 16 laps into their stint, so they're right in the middle. So the GT Pro cars, basically every car is on a different strategy. None of them are on the same pit stop. This is how this one happened.
Trying to see exactly what happened here. Might be with the Monarch Racing.
They're out of fuel.
Oh,
I reckon they're out of fuel.
Really? Wow. Yeah. No, that's exactly. I think you have it right on the head there. That 99 Monarch Racing team, maybe trying to stretch it a little too far. Running out of fuel there coming through turn 4, ironically,
fatigue.
Right after
That's
pit exit.
fatigue. That is so much fatigue, it's not funny. Yeah, they were at the back end, so they just ran 24 laps on the stint for that car, which is, they've missed the pit lane entry, I guarantee you.
Unfortunately, nowhere near a towaway zone, I believe.
Yeah.
My oh my. And that's going to shake everything up. I mean, we were talking about strategies, and since I do not believe we will have, this will be a long full course yellow, so we will have a little bit of time since it's been a while since the last yellow. We're going to have that full course yellow. We're going to, let everyone maybe take down pit lane if they want to. And Scott, I know it's probably been a minute since, well, it's been a little bit of time here since the last caution, about an hour at this point. But we're going to take a look here at the GTM while we have time class. Sean O'Donnell's going to hold on to that lead right now. Obviously not too much of a gap, obviously, with the full cross yellow. But you can see everyone in this top three with Wait Gates Racing right behind them, and Rejas Oganchi for the GTAM class. And right behind him, Jason Brothers from the SWF Motorsports team. They're all about the same exact, about 3 lap different in tire strategy here, but with this full course yellow, that will change things up. And Scott, when you look at this class, what do you see?
Yeah, in terms of the strategies at the moment, they're right close together. The second of the Blocko cars is in 19th spot in class. I think that might be a GT Pro car though, so I think they're actually offset and they're on a little bit of a different run. And just trying to make some time back. But yeah, look, these guys are about 7 laps down on the GT Pro guys. That sort of gives you a little bit of a difference in terms of where the cars are all situated. But in terms of pit lane strategy, there's only a couple laps different between the guys up at the front in GTM, missing that Blocko car. So realistically, the strategies are all quite close together. We're about halfway through the fuel stint. Anyone that's probably longer than 10 laps on a fuel stint at this point in time is probably going to take a free pit stop here. So I would expect this one's probably going to equalize everybody's pit strategy.
Now we have the long and tenuous watching everyone pace around the track. I know the pace truck or pace car is probably going to be maybe second or third overall leader of leading laps here tonight, because I think when I was at least watching the early part of this race, there was a lot of full course yellows. So all of that being said, I think the pace truck might be leading a lot of these laps here in this race here today.
Well, tell you what, it's a great opportunity for us to walk away and take a little bit of another breather. We've just taken a run through all the categories, but now we'll take a sit back, a relax, and we'll be back to you towards the back end of this caution period.
Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the next little segment of the Virtual Sports Car Club of America's Daytona 24-hour event. I've had the pleasure of calling the last couple of years, and I've even worked race control 1 year on this thing as well. An ongoing thing over the last couple of years, and the beneficiary of COVID is that we get a large community of drivers the world over who want to go endurance racing. The Virtual Sports Car Club of America has facilitated that. Brad, I believe, do you have the ad read here for Maconi available to us?
Yes, I do here. Sorry, I'm pulling it up on my side right now. But, so yeah, today's sponsor for the race here in Daytona, Maconi Setup Shop 24 of Daytona. When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, and it's Maconi. With Maconi Setup Shop, they now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, and event organization. With cars across all 4 license classes, they have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription starting at only $8 a month and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions. And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, they're their setups, but your victories.
Yeah, pleasure working with Maconi Setup Shop, and it's been awesome to see Jeff Maconi get out there and get racing in the real world. Part of that through assistance from Setup Shop as well. I've actually been following that journey with some interest. I believe they actually went racing at Limerock Park on that ARCA machine, and actually the short track car for Chubb Racing, which was a unique prospect for him. He knew the gears were down. He knew that they probably wouldn't run all the laps on that day, but hey, it's really important to get out there and get some laps under your belt, and sometimes that's all you're after. Challenge of real world stuff as well. For the Virtual Sports Car Club of America drivers, though, at the moment, they have run all the laps. I'll tell you what, there's only been 2 retirements from this race. 55 entries, 53 cars still circulating. How phenomenal is that?
I was going to say, I think that's the same exact number as when about 12 hours ago at this point. That is crazy to see. And you know, the 2 cars I also think that I saw go out are the 2 that are still out. So, you know, great deal from all these teams. You know, the 53 teams still running. That is a lot of time, and I'm happy to see at least everyone still in this one and not, you know, giving up all hope whenever, you know, I know early incidents are a problem sometimes, but, you know, for those 2 that went out also, it was just horrifying crashes for both, or, you know, just very, very hard cliffs to overcome. So, while we have this time, I think we wanted to take a look at some liveries here. And the one thing, when I was taking a look through the field here just a moment ago, the 17 team of Superstar Racing team, that McLaren looks pretty good to me. And all that being said, you know, a lot going on there, but at the same time, I think it's a great livery from that McLaren Superstar Racing team. I didn't know, Scott, if you have any particular car in mind when you...
The green and black one. Let's get the green and black one again. Absolutely. I didn't know Kawasaki was entering a GTP, but I did today. Trying to find it in the team. Yes, it is. There it is, the number 2 car. That's my favorite. You know, so the story for me is I actually grew up racing motocross. I've been racing motocross ever since I was 6, all the way through to the time I turned about 18. Did my last race when I was about 21, after I moved away. Yeah, so I was Kawasaki rider for life. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. So green and black's always going to be my thing. And then I bought my first ever brand new car, motorcycle, anything was... Ooh, the year was 2016, which means I would have been 24 down in Melbourne. It was a Ninja 300 in the special edition paint, which in Australia is just the green and black. You can get a Ninja and it'd just be the black. You get different colors, but you had to pay a little bit extra to get the Kawasaki green and black. I love that bike. Absolutely love that bike. but it was the first time I'd ever ridden a fairinged bike, an actual road bike with a front chassis on it. I nearly fell over riding that bike out of the showroom because I went to turn the front wheel, and I'm used to motocross bikes. Where you turn the front wheel and you see the front mudguard and the front wheel move, you can't see it on a bike with a fairing. And I nearly just dropped it on the pavement 10 seconds after starting it up for the first time.
Oh no.
Also, I'm getting a message. We actually have to talk about car number 99 because Howie wants to talk about car number 99. So shout out to our producer behind the scenes. We talked about car number 99. No, we're moving on. No, we're not moving on. Howie's going to stick with this one for a little while. And he thinks this is his selection for the day. Let us know if you're out there in YouTube land. If there's inspiration, I think one of the cool things is for a lot of these teams as well, there's inspiration for where their car colors and those sorts of things come from.
No two cars look the same, obviously. But I mean, even between teams, I think the Monarch Racing team might be the only one where I see consistent. I feel like I see consistent paint scheme and liveries. But when you look at all these different cars and all these different liveries, like it's all pretty much all their unique, focal point. They all are. Nobody I can't get confused around because I've done leagues where it's kind of like F1 where all the teams have the same paint scheme on all the cars, and also at the same time, it's hard to tell who's driving what. But here, it's a little easier if you learn the color or the livery. You can kind of just call out a name by
here we go.
Instinct.
747 is my favorite. We got a little bit of support from YouTube. Let's get the 747 car up on screen in a few moments. Once we get through our pit entry cycle, pit cycles have now begun for anyone that's willing to take themselves a pit stop. Now is their opportunity to do so, and they're going to dive straight onto pit lane. I reckon we're going to get about 3/4 of the field pit here. Yeah, look at them all. Look at them all coming in. That is a busy pit lane. Look at the number of the cars that are on their way in. You know what? It's more than 3/4 of the field. 55 cars. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars that stayed out. It is 80% of the field. It is more than 80% of the field that pit under that one right there. And conveniently, the 747 car is going to pull out of the box right here as we watch everyone barrel out of pit lane.
Also some driver changes. I keep seeing some cars jumping in and out.
It's that critical stop on the run home as well. Touch over 4 hours to go. A couple safety cars. There'll be 3 pit stops left after this one. If you're in a GT3, for the GT3 field, my apologies for the GT3 field. About 40 minutes to a stint for the LMP2s. Check this out. Is this car different colors on both sides? No, no. Our eyes deceive us as the light reflects from one side of the car and does not off the other side. Thank you. Well prepared.
Maybe it was
the Sifter car at this point in time is actually really convenient to cross to because guess what? They are the control car right about now at the head of the field. There you go. Go ahead. Sorry, Brad.
Oh, no worries. I was going to say maybe that was part of the, maybe a underlying effect of that last livery, but yeah, look at that 757, that beautiful machine from Flight Level Racing. You can see a lonely trip as they are one of the few that did not come down pit road that time by. They're going to be sitting there with 15 lap tires. And for those that didn't come in, I mean, there's 22 lap old tires on the BMW team TRS group for the 25. And some of the other drivers, maybe just trying to do what they can with the older tires that they're given, but it's going to be a little hard with everyone pretty much coming down pit road. There's the rest of the field coming back to the front of the field here.
So what's going on at this point in time is that these drivers are actually supposed to have their pit lane limiters engaged, I believe, particularly if they're a class leader or at least a race leader. So right now, car 757 has their pit lane limiter engaged. And what they're doing with that pit lane limiter is they're designating the lead car of the field as effectively a control car, a pace car. See the pit lane speed limiter on, and on board the LMP2 757. What that means is the pace for this car's set. It can only go as fast as the pit lane speed limiter. For a car that's in 6th gear, it takes very little fuel to keep that car at the pit lane speed limiter. So if you want to save some fuel, stick it in 6th gear, put the pit lane speed limiter on. Another car coming to the pit lane was the Porsche just in behind that car. So we're going through the wave around procedures at this point in time. Why do we want to control the speed of the field? Well, number one, it extends the lap time. And as car 757 actually rolls across the start-finish line, they're going to get a wave-by process here, but their most recent lap, 3:28. Their high-speed laps, by the way, 1:38. So realistically, about 1:50 seconds longer whilst rolling around under that speed limiter. But that's really important. What it does for real-world racing series is it allows those cars to operate at a safe, controllable speed. What it does for us here in the sim, and the benefit of pressing that pit lane speed limiter, it gives time for us to access things. It also gives us the illusion. I'm going to break the magic here of sim racing for a few moments. A lot of series want us to sit here and treat this as real. We're a hybrid. For me, we're not a game, we're not a simulation. We sit somewhere in the middle. We'll never be a true simulation because that can never work. There are bits and pieces that have to be done to move us out of the sim space, and it's really, really important for making this work. So what they've done by utilizing the pit lane speed limiter is we don't have a safety car rolling around ahead of this field. What happens is they use the iRacing safety car to basically bunch the field up and get everyone under control. Once that's done, they send that car to the pit lane, and then the leader becomes the safety car. Then they'll do pit lane. Anyone who wants to pit will dive into the pit lane, get that process out of the way, and then they start doing wave buys. What is the purpose of the wave buys? The wave buys in the classes is designed to try and get cars back into contention. So you're always going to be wave by relative to your class leader. On those sorts of things, it's really, really important. If you're a lap down, this is an opportunity for you to get back on the lead lap. Any NASCAR driver will know this generally as the lucky dog rule or the wave by rule. If you don't take a pit stop, you're eligible to get a lap back. You get a free lap back. That's really, really critical because this is one of the little bells and whistles that you can tinker with to try and get a bad day back towards the pointy end of things. It makes safety cars. It means that this isn't a 24-hour sprint race. If something goes wrong, you've got an opportunity for you to resurrect your day and give yourselves the opportunity to go racing. If your car dies in the first couple of hours, day's not over, ladies and gentlemen. Then they need to wave the cars by so that they're in groups. Why do we do that? We do not want GTP cars going back to green flag racing with GT3 cars in the middle of that. That's chaotic. It's very easy to make mistakes. It's very difficult to read the race scenario for drivers. And at the end of the day, we here at Virtual Sports Car Club of America, amateur drivers, we are not professionals. So that means there's more mistakes from our drivers. The best way to make sure that we have good racing underneath ourselves is to give us the opportunity to go back racing with a little bit less pressure. So why we do the wave by procedures is basically to try and get all the classes together in their groups. What's going to happen at the end of this process is you're going to have the GTPs at the head, then you're going to have the LMP2s, GT Pros, and your GT3Ms. That's really, really important because it means that when you go back to green flag racing, you're only around cars in your class. It means the GT Pros are not fighting with GTMs unless you have a spin. And it basically just takes all of this field pockmarking whereby you've got GT3s in between your leader of the LMP2s. It's to create this really good sense of racing. It takes a lot to run through this process and get it right. The reasons that we do this process are so that when we go back racing, the racing is nice and clean. There's not LMP2s having massive dives on GT3s because they think they can clear 4 GT3s on the run down to turn 1. That's bad for everyone involved. And that takes a little bit of time to get right. It's really, really critical to get that right as well, which means it takes time. And what the process and the procedure that these guys have come up with, there's a lot of people who disagree with this process. I do in part, but I also think what this process is great at, and I'm going to highlight the great elements of this process, is a regimented, strict process that everybody knows what's going on at all times. That is the biggest strength of this process. One of the biggest negatives of this process is it does take some time. So cost-benefit analysis, to be perfectly honest, I'm happy with what they do because of the points that it's trying to get through. Takes a little bit, takes a lot of learning. I think from a driving perspective, it's actually quite difficult to follow this process for the first couple of times until you get into a rhythm with it. Once you're in a rhythm with it, it's actually really easy. So we're actually going to start the third wave buys this time by, which will be, again, trying to get some of those fields and those classes out. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult to follow. There's a lot going on the stream, but, you know, hey, That's car racing, baby. Sometimes it's complex processes. I don't understand how you can scrutineer a GTP car, but IMSA do it week in, week out, and we have good racing, so that's what it's all about here. Hope that helps. Hope that breaks it down for some of the viewers watching along at home.
Help me too. I mean, with fully understand.
It's a necessary evil. That's the problem with the length of the process. Is it's a necessary evil.
And one thing I kind of wanted to talk on that you said during that is that this will never be a pure sim nor a pure arcade game or anything like that. It's kind of hard to you can't. Internet issues and hardware malfunctions do happen in real life, but I think for you to be very realistic, be to the point of where you want to call it a sim would not be enjoyable, because there would just be so much you'd have to get perfect on not only the software but also you and yourself and your hardware, your computer, your internet, everything along with those lines. Like, I feel like there's a lot of factors that might go into play that causes something, because I've seen some of the full course yellows earlier, and even some of the fights where netcode was a beneficiary or the downfall for some of these drivers. I think you can't purely get rid of that unless you're fully in either the same room, which even still might not fully.
You still have issues.
Yeah,
there's still the problem is with even having cars, even having sims and the server in one room, as if the server's not getting enough electricity, the server's not got enough bandwidth, the switches aren't talking to things. You've got to remember there's infrastructure that's still going to be in that. Yes, the issues will be less, but there still will be issues. For anyone who's ever actually jumped on board, a lot of people, I don't know if you've actually ever read the broadcast guidelines, but it's actually in the broadcast guidelines within iRacing that we're actually not supposed to say the word netcode. And I really don't like that. And the reason that I will say that is because netcode, what is the purpose of that? The purpose of saying netcode is it comes with a really, really negative connotation. And I think people are just looking at netcode wrong. I genuinely do. Netcoding to me is prediction coding in iRacing. Netcode is the term that we've shaken out, and that's what our generic thing that we use to talk about it is. But realistically, it's prediction coding. Can you tell me that the level of we complain about it a lot, and people will always complain that they're genuinely not happy with the system and the system can be improved. Yeah, that's always going to be the case. But realistically, take a look around at every other simulator, arcade game, any other racing game, any other racing platform. Let's say platforms we get away from sim and arcade. Can you tell me that connection and network related issues whereby we have cars, let's take a quick look through all the drivers that are actually in the car at this point in time, and I'll actually tell you their ping to the server. The highest ping in the car right now is 200. That's 200 milliseconds to the server and back. When I race on American servers, by the way, my ping is generally about 250 from Australia. Can you tell me any other game or any other racing platform where I could be engaging with drivers on the other side of the world and not having major issues like this? No. I'm going to answer that question for you. The way the cars interact in those cases is always worse. So there is that. But netcode is actually a pretty elegant solution to a complicated problem, and it's probably the best in the racing sphere that we currently have. But it's just an interesting discussion point. Netcode, I'm not going to sit here and say, it's the perfect solution. The perfect solution is we don't have that, but we're dealing with connections that are, trying to cross the globe at any one time. We're dealing with people who are on Starlink. We're dealing with people who have significant packet issues, and netcode covers a lot of those holes very, very well. We're dealing with people who currently, there are actually a lot of the netcode issues and blinking of cars isn't actually to do with the network. It's actually to do with the hardware that's running it as well. So you're dealing with all these interfaces. It actually handles that quite well.
Plus, you have people living their lives and what they can, what they have, as long as like internet speeds and everything with their computers and software. Like, you can't really fight it too much with, just to generalize it. Just, people have different scenarios, different financial situations and everything along those lines. And I think, you know, when it comes to that, there's no perfect way of fixing anything, but
No,
at
there
the same
isn't.
time, I think there's a great way to minimalize it and take it down to a point where everyone can at least be at the same level or at the same, trying to think of the right word. It's also early in the morning, so some of my vocabulary might be a little restricted here, but you know, just trying to make sure everyone's on the same page and keeping in the same ways, because you look at a lot of, like you said, no program, no matter what type of game you're looking at, no platform, nothing is gonna be completely on the same like level. No one's gonna have a zero ping no matter where you go across the world. It's gonna be few and far in between, but at the same time, you know, if you're looking at a lot of these predictive elements, like you were saying, like it works for what it needs to do. It is like, there's not a perfect world, there's no way to get this into a perfect sim like we were talking about before, and you know, there's other aspects that we're not talking about too that would have to be, you know, discussed and all that, but there's I think the only way to really do it is just get on the track in a real, you know, GT3 or something like that. That's the only way you're gonna, you know, get rid of some of these things to complain about. And you know, people love to complain, but at the same time, you know, people love to praise some of the great things about the platform. And I think there's a lot of, you know, obviously everything going on right now, everything you see on your screen right now has been years in the making for not only iRacing, but VSCA, like everyone included, Green Flag TV especially, like everyone here has built through the challenges, but also at the same time, you know, you're making yourself better in the process. You're making sure not only the platform runs well, but events like these are not even possible. Like if you would have talked to probably anyone in this realm 15 years ago, like you wouldn't think you would have a field of more than like, I don't even know, it was like 20 cars. Like just running for more than like 4 hours is kind of crazy to think about, you know, if you talk to someone 15 years ago. But technology has advanced so far, and everyone is kind of, you know, now at the point where, you know, we're talking about AI. And AI has gotten even way better here on the iRacing platform. But, you know, it's kind of insane to, you know, look at everything going on right now and not think, you know, there is a lot of positives, but at the same time, you know, to try and take it from a sim perspective, like this is a great way to get people together for these 24 hours as we're coming back into this last 20% of the race here in Daytona. Like it sounds me, because especially as me as a kid, like I was flabbergasted when I could jump on my, well, now brick of a computer, that, you know, I could jump on there and race around with a little wheel. Even like if you think of Mario Kart, like that was crazy to me, you know, growing up.
Did you just compare us to Mario Kart?
No. I'm saying like the technology involved. I'm not saying iRacing is nowhere near Mario Kart.
Get this man out of here with a blue damn shell as quick as you damn. Yeah, keep going.
I guess I'm on a fine line here, but I'm just saying for the technology involved. I'm saying this is nowhere near. There's no blue shells, no green shells, no red shells. I think maybe some of these drivers would love a red shell or a blue shell for some of the classes, but you know, I'm just saying like technology involved, everything considered, you know, it's great to see how things have come along. And you know, watching today's race, it's a great point to just look back and see how far things have come.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, there's what's the next steps for the platform, I think, as well. Well, before you actually jumped on there, I think the new engine will be critical. What you have to remember is, you know, a platform that's been running or being built on since 2006 is critical. We're actually got an interview coming our way as well. At the moment, Felipe Silveira has just joined us.
Hello there.
This is just a great opportunity to talk about you and your car. The day has been difficult for BMW M Team Delta Racing. You guys have obviously had some issues, but the car is back out there, still circulating at the moment, and still with an opportunity to get back out there and go after it. You're on the lead lap. What does the next few hours hold?
Well, I don't think there's enough time to get on the lead lap anymore, unfortunately. But the fact that we're only 11 laps down after an
my
hour and
apologies.
2
Yeah.
minutes of repair. Oh, you're fine. After an hour of 2 minutes, hour 2 minutes of repair is amazing. I think it shows that, you know, everyone in the team wants this really bad, and we're fighting really hard for it. And that's beautiful, in my opinion. That's endurance racing.
You know, the challenge of coming into this event and putting so much prep work down, it's very, very easy to sort of hang up the helmet and walk away and go, you know, we tried, we had a massive damage repair bill, and you know, it's very easy to hang up for it. What's the chatter been like within the team in terms of rallying around the car and getting back out there?
I mean, to me, it shows how much legends, you know, everyone in the team is, because I was that guy, right? I was in the car when we got rear-ended, and then we had an hour repair. I was like, all right, it's over. But everyone is like, no, let's soldier on. We can still salvage this. We can still get something out of this. It's a long race and whatnot. So it was just keeping our heads down and, you know, staying clean. And look at us now, 11 laps down, not that bad.
What's the comeback been like? What was the furthest that you were behind the lead lap cars at any one point? You know, an hour. It's a long hour sitting there watching everyone else going racing and waiting. How far have you recovered?
It was 23 laps we were down at a point.
Yeah.
So it's crazy just, you know, how lucky you can get with the FCY, and it shows like, okay, anyone can recover. I mean, if you look at the top 8, everyone is in the lead lap now.
Yeah, well, man, congratulations on the fight back. Realistically, commiserations to you guys. You won't ever get back to that lead lap, but you are within 12 laps of that lead lap. It's critical. You're 1 lap down on the car ahead. Get the head down. Get back out there for BMW Team Delta Racing. Thank you very much, Felipe.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to Green Flag Racing as we come out of the bus stop here at the start of, the back end of lap 582 for Wastegate Racing. It is going to be Selena Ward who has just taken over on board. Car number 32, change of driver. They're saving Nicola for the back end of the race. See what they can do. There's some aggression in behind. We're about to see potentially a change of the race lead. A dive bomb. Mike Stanecki manages to hang on to that car. There's going to be a challenge for the race lead in the next couple of moments. Selena Ward has been overtaken. It is going to be Raphael Lippi for Lion GP Bravo Snow. He will hit the lead. It is going to be BMW at the head. Ferrari moves back to P2. And in P3, the Porsche of Pack Sim Sports back in the LMP2 field. There's massive drama. Second and third place are around heavily into the barriers. And I think that was some tires dragging on the ground for 512.
The rescue skill machine got into that outside barrier. We're going to take a look back here eventually at what happened there as all this action unfolds. And everyone gets settled back in the single file here, coming through turns 8 for the GTP class. Taking a look back here at the 512. Well, this is actually Alan Paris for Pack Sim Sport. Here we go. Marcus Jung in the 512 rescue skill by WMS or LMP2. And these guys are coming through turns 2 and 3. And actually right in front of them is where the action unfolds. Man, oh man.
The car and the cold tires, as they cooled off onto the caution period, just could not handle it. That means we've got a massive shake-up at the head of LMP2. It is going to be twin turns SRS by Rebecca Bornheim, car number 22. They were trailed by the 23 car, the sister car at the head end of the LMP2 field. Not anymore. That car is going to fight its way back through. But at the head of LMP2, it's going to be 420 who sits in second place. This will be a little bit of an update on the 14 car. Black flag for Lateo Diaz and the Grow Racing Team Blue. As we get an update to the LMP2 field, it's going to be the 22 from the 420. And then the V1M number 11 car. Again, continuing to harass and harangue and shuffle their way through. And the car we just had a quick conversation with. Sorry, my apologies. It's Daniel A. Campos. There is a crew from BMW M Team Delta Racing here today. And dive to the inside for them entering the first horseshoe. That is enough for them to see a drive-through penalty. And they will transition through the lane and serve their penalty. Hopefully able to get back out there. 5 cars from the LMP2 field are on the lead lap at this point in time. Sorry, my apologies. I think it's 7 cars. There were 3 cars on the opening lap for the LMP2s who had dramas. We're currently cutting their ways through the GT3 field. I think there's 2 GT3s who have had issues as well.
Everyone, I mean, trying to outlast cold tires along with everyone packed up against each other. And now it looks like things are sizzling down a little bit, but for right now, the battle is on for third. You see Alvaro Martinez for the World of Sim Racing team. He's all up on the back bumper of Curtis Treiber in that 57 machine for double stint racing. They're taking it through 3 and 4. You can see right behind them, you have the iRacing Today Motorsports 157 machine helmed by Sam Gunstone. Those 3 trying to duke it out. As you see further up here, it looks like Nuno Megales for Pro Racing Team White is all up on the back bumper here, looking to see what he can do.
Run down to turn number 1. Porsche's going to try and have a crack around the outside and fall back into line. Replay to tell the story. This is inside of the GTM category. Jason Brothers in the Porsche. Touch of the white line, a little bit more marbles on the outside and cold tires for the SWF Motorsports Porsche. That was at the back end of the GT3 categories. And this is from GT Pro. And that is the McLaren, the 112 entry of Hannah Hakkinen. And the Rusty Spatulas, I think that one's just gotten away from him on his own, but there is going to be a dive from the Porsche to the inside. Cold tires. He tried to hang on to that car. In fact, I reckon he released the brake pedal and went in there a little bit hot, trying to hang on to the spot. And, well, that's worked out for the trailing Porsche. Forced the mistake and rolled out into a better spot on the other side. I think the battling at this point in time, Brad, is going to be quite hectic at the point of GTP, because I think some teams have thrown their faster drivers in now to try and grab some track position. Others have opted to rest their faster drivers. Nearly a little bit of contact for 4th and 5th in GTP.
From that, you're watching Alvaro Martinez right here. Got a black flag from that little contact there. Nothing he could really do about it. Just a little touch to the back bumper. We're going to take a look back at that contact. I mean, that's all it took for the 51 team, who had high hopes here entering today from the GTP class. They now have to do a pass-through on pit road to try and, get rid of that black flag due to the incident points. But all that being said and done, that's going to be a free position now for the VSR Competición Bianco team in the 7, currently sitting in 5th. Now we're going to take a look back at that replay now. We saw it live, but
there's a Porsche off in the bus stop. Jordan Strand, the number 90 cars, its woes continue as it's just recovered from a spin through the bus stop at this point in time. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh no, absolutely. It's the 90 looks like he's in trouble as well. Obviously, cautions breed cautions, but at the same time, these yellow flags bunches everyone up, and especially on cold tires, it's just the virtue of what's going to happen. We look back here to the bus stop for Jordan Strant here for Intercomp Fisher Motorsports. Just gets a little back end, jumps out from under him. Would have smashed a couple signs along the way, but fortunately for the Porsche, no damage to be done other than some flat spots.
I think he was just out there collecting advertising banners for fun. He wanted to take it home. Penalty served, by the way, for the Cadillac of World of Sim Racing team. There was the moment for Hannah Hakkinen. We saw him have a few moments. Rusty Spatulas a few moments ago. That is 5th place, Sean O'Dell. I believe they were leading the class coming into that caution period as well. On board car number 9. That's the Daily Kart Market Errors racing car. I think they are actually... They're no, my apologies. They are no longer leading in GTM. It's actually going to be Team Frida Sport Porsche that's just taken over as the GTM leader. This is Rafael Lippi on board GTP leader and Lion GP. He tries to skip clear. There's an opportunity here at the moment. And I think some of the teams are trying to take it. Strategies have been equalized. Remember, we said about there was only 10 cars who did not take a free and critically timed pit stop under that most recent caution period. So the strategies among the classes just about equalized.
All that said and done, a lot of these drivers, like you said, they brought in the faster drivers. Maybe they're taking those double, triple stints to try and, keep themselves into the end of this race and try to finish out strong. Or, maybe we see some more driver changes coming up here for those drivers they want to end the race with. But right now, we're looking up at the battle for third. You can see that Grow Racing Team 24 currently sitting in that third place position, but he's got a little bit of a mirror full here of the iRacing Today Motorsports BSCA car 157 and the double stint racing machine 57. Those two trying to just catch up and try to get themselves a podium position, but right now they might be trying to battle it out between each other as they're getting a little bit of a tow. That 57 machine helmed by Curtis Treiber trying to get a little bit of tow coming through the tri-oval now, and you can see looking to the outside, but I don't think there's going to be much leeway there for him as they dive it into turn one.
Caution required in these circumstances though, but yeah, just trying to get to the apex of turn one and turn it back as well. The grip's all the way on the left hand side of the road. You got to get it to hug that apex at turn one. This is the 73 car. We've documented their dramas throughout the course of the day. They're still in the lead lap, still in contention, back to 10th place after being a leader. Something happened in one of the rounds of pit stops earlier on for Epic Van's Pulsar. And they want to be a threat. When they were a threat for GT Pro Endurance class honors last year, a single point denied them from a title. And their 2026 has been underway to one of the best starts. Now it's about managing past a bad hand. They will try to get their head down. What's available for them in the final 3.5 hours of this race? I cannot believe we're saying that already. 20 hours of this race have disappeared in the rearview mirror. You've got 3. That's it to play with to the end of this one.
Now it's go time for a lot of these drivers. You think, like you just said, 20 hours. They got through the the heart of the race, the meat of the potatoes, and the meat of the sandwich, I should say. But now we're getting to the very end where a lot of these drivers are going to be pushing it, trying to just get within a second. Like you have Selena Ward up there in the GTP class, just staying within a second of Raphael Lippi. Those two just trying to see who will battle it out right now, at least. But look up throughout the other 3 classes. And those class leaders are pulling out to about a 2-second lead in each class, maybe more if you're looking back at the GT Pro class, where Peter Spickman is just opening a gap over Daniel Gruber and the rest of the field there of about 4 seconds. But all that being said and done, you got 3.5 hours now to really show what you're made of. Try to, put down some really solid laps. And, if all things end well here, you got a lot of green flag running for about potentially 3.5 hours here. But, put down some solid laps, put down some fast, and, keep yourself mentally there while you're doing it. And you should be able to keep it green and keep going. Selena Ward, I keep seeing that those 2 cars just keep going up and down. I think Selena and Raphael might have sectors that they're better at comparative to each other. As, a lot. Oh, that too, yeah, the drafting helping a lot there. I forgot about that.
Here's a really good example. Raphael Lippi is just ahead of this. He's just in behind a few of these cars entering the bus stop. He's going to get held up. That's the head cars of the GT3s that are in that train. And this is 2nd through to 5th in GT3s. Our race leader in GT3s is right now at a 4-second lead post-restart. And you'll see our GTP leader swing to the outside of these cars down the start-finish straight. There's going to be a battle into turn 1 as the 2 Porsches go for it. Matco Fisher versus Grow Racing. Nuno Malga Hayes is going to try and go around the outside of Daniel Gruber. into turn 1, parks it up. Apex, the 24 Porsche, looking for a little bit of traction, not able to do it. Race leading GTP skates on through, and now Selena tries to chase through the Porsches to the inside. Doesn't quite get there. That offers a little bit of a benefit to the 44 Porsche in GT3s, and Selena gets held up again. Margin opens for GTP lead. It's traffic management. It's becoming critical. It's not ultra critical. There will probably be at least one more caution period to the end of the race. You've got to have a clean car, but you've also got to be aggressive. This is crunch time, Brad, and these drivers are coming under the highest of pressures.
It looks like in the LMP2 class, you can see currently in third now going down to pit roads, that 420 machine of Gregory Meismer he was in P2 and now you can see dropping down slowly, but serving a black flag penalty because of this incident here through turn 4, just wide off of turn 4 exit, and that's all it'll do. You know, it takes only that little bit to get that 1X, and unfortunately getting that black flag, that's going to send the track limits team back a couple of positions as they serve that pass-through penalty. But this battle is ongoing between Grow Racing Team and Matco Fisher. Those two still on the bumper of each other, no matter if traffic is involved or not. You can see the Porsches are really just pulling, trying to do everything they can to maybe one-up each other, but the tow is going to help Nuno here as he's going to get through the tri-oval side by side, real close to each other. These two getting the elbows out here coming into turn 1. Daniel Gruber, Nuno going into turn 1, looking to the outside is the Grow Racing Team machine, but again, going to get the door shut on him by Daniel Gruber. Gruber's going to get a little bit of about 2 car lengths away from that Grow Racing Team, doing a great job at defending that position, while some traffic also joins into play here again.
And the tricky part is, he's probably got a touch more pace than the 44 machine at the moment. There's a little bit of damage still with the right rear corner of the 24 car. At least there is on my screen. They may be okay at this juncture for Grow Racing Team. And Malga Hayes feels like he's quicker. He's chasing the 44 Porsche through. That was a mistake though, and Sam Gunston's going to start to close in behind. That 157 Aston Martin's not been without its dramas throughout the day as well. The iRacing Today Motorsports VSCA team. They've had drive-throughs, they've had spins, they've had drama, but they've kept the Aston Martin alive and clean underneath 4 hours to go. And critically, in 20 seconds, 3 hours and 30 minutes ticks by. If you're taken by half-hour chunks, you got 7 of those to go. Right now, it's down to every 10 minutes. Tick those off if you're a race car driver. Now there's going to be a GTP car, dives to the inside. That is the 10th place Daniel Goff No Limits Sim Racing Academy entry. The Acura that's had dramas. They're 9 laps off the lead of their class. 4 laps behind the BMW car ahead of them. 4 laps ahead of the BMW car behind them. No battle for the number 2 in all its challenges thus far today. Malga Hayes, again, not close enough. Brad, you'd be pretty frustrated behind the driver's seat right now if every time you build a run, traffic just happened to appear.
Absolutely. I mean, the 24, we've seen him have great runs, and like you said, there might be a pace differential between these two, but nonetheless, yeah, the traffic is just going to be a pain point for you as you're just trying to just get any positions and maybe jump yourself up to that podium position. As this, these two battle it out. The gap up to Peter Spickman has gotten to about 4 seconds now. And, if you're that SimCity racing machine up there in the 71, you're loving that these two are duking it out back here. There goes a jump to the inside.
Props him up at the apex on board from Malga Hayes, but now he's clear. That was aggressive. But the time and the circumstances, and now he's going to get a response. The 44 machine of Gruber wants to let him know, I am not happy about that. I feel like that was reasonably aggressive, and I think he's got a point. He ran him wide, he pushed him into the marbles, but the move has been done. And pace, well, Malga Hayes, here's your opportunity. What can you do? Now you're in P2. The margin to race leader, 4 seconds. Can Malga Hayes start to close that gap?
Going to look back there to see tensions are high now, obviously, as it's becoming crunch time, and jump into the inside. Man, oh man, and he had to check up a little bit there.
You check the momentum on the mid corner. You see that, Brad? Nearly a slide job.
quite literally. I mean, they couldn't do anything about it, just had to park that car right in front of him, and he said, you know what, we're going my speed through this apex, and then from there, you can see Daniel Gruber wasn't happy from the flashing of the headlights going into turn 7 there, but now these two going to try to settle it out as Malga Hayes is now about 3 car lengths ahead of the Porsche and Daniel Gruber. So we'll see what happens if these two can, you know, reverse the roles, see if Gruber is going to be able to push it into and maybe try to do a little bit of a dive of his own. But right now, you got Sam Gunstone also in the 157 iRacing Today Motorsports machine right behind them. Just loving this action, keeping them in the thick of it. And, you know, there's a couple other cars, I think, back there as well, back to about 6th place for Blocco Motore. Those 6 cars, or 5 cars, are all battling it out, potentially for a 2nd place position.
Yeah, it's a big pack, this one. You're right. 2nd through to 6th, and critically timed the leader. Well, traffic hampered the leader on that most recent lap. Slow lap for the SimCity car that currently leads the way. Peter Spickman on board, car number 71. And it's Porsche 1, 2, and 3 locking out the podium in GT Pro. But traffic hampered the time, 46.207. They took basically a second out of the race leader, even with all the infighting. Now there's a Ferrari in the way for that group, by the way, as well. We look a little bit further down. I believe we're trying to pick up Blockomoto at this point in time. Blockomotore, who've just picked themselves up a black flag on board their Aston Martin. They're at the tail end of this lead group. How long do they wait before they take their penalty? Well, they're going to continue one more time around before they'll come to pit lane for the incident point penalty. GTP leaders at this point in time. Fastest car of the day has been the VSR Competizione Porsche. 1:33.421, the fastest lap time of the race. They're currently 42nd, 4 seconds off the lead of that class, and this is continuing on board with Gruber and the battles that they're having as they cut their way through the traffic. That was a Ferrari that was in the way there. It is 30th place car number 19, going Sim Racing number 19. And remember, that could be causing dramas for this pack. It will. There was a touch of contact between those cars.
I guess tensions are high no matter who you're facing right now. It looks like the AM driver was getting a little too close for comfort there. Oh!
Oh, boy. That was the 8th place car. Trying to pick up where they were. It was, I believe it was Vulture Motorsports Pro number 65 Porsche of Daniel Avery that just had that spin in the background. So, somebody's just disappeared to pit lane at this point in time. There's been some sort of drama for one of the cars. And it's the number 90 car yet again who's back on pit lane. So apologies, we're gonna clarify on that one. Timing is giving us an issue there. There was a driver swap going on board, and at this point in time, not only are the drivers fatigued, the timing software is as well.
Josh going in the Ferrari, trying to hold off Ricardo, I believe. Yep, Ricardo Santos for the Epic Vans Pulsar Esports team. These two battling it out for 8th in the GT Pro class. Right behind him, there's also the RTR RIC team racing machine helmed by Jose Barbosa. This is 8th through 10th. A little further back is the 10th place machine. But you can see a couple other cars getting their way in here, a little GT action between classes. These guys trying to see what happens here as we're looking further up in the GT Pro class. We got Daniel Gruber from Matco Fisher Motorsports trying to hold off iRacing Today's Motorsports Sam Gunstone. These guys battling out for that final podium position as it stands. right now the Porsches have had that podium pretty much on lock for the GT Pro class. But we're going to see if that changes, as you got Daniel Gruber just trying to pull any kind of defense he can as they're coming through turns 12 here to the trial.
You know what's really interesting? We've got that three-way manufacturer battle in GTP. Again, GT Pro, GTP, very different categories. One of them is a prototype, GT Prototypes, GTP, GT3 Pro is the other one. And at this point in time, I can tell you the margin for our race lead in GTP is 2.2 seconds from third to first. Took a huge chunk of our race leader out in that most recent lap. Traffic affected, of course, but margin has been coming down. And I think that margin came down again. What I think is going on is the Lion GP car is firing its tires up significantly quicker than the cars around it. Whatever they're doing at this point in time, that car is alive on the first lap of the stint, first couple laps of the stint. Everybody else behind is just trying to build, just trying to get something underneath them. And once they do, they start to recover and come back at them. So that's what you're seeing develop right now. Selena Ward is going to come under assault from Sergey Lazaire. We're going to see the Lion GP car come under assault from VSR Competizione Bianca. My apologies. My sincerest of apologies. And Wastegate went 3 cars wide through the Porsche traffic, and the GT3s just ahead of them. And now it's going to be to the trailing GTPs to stick the nose in as well. Selena's forced to shove the nose in on the number 90 car as they cut through the kink. Gets there at the second horseshoe, but still has to trail. Leader of the class jumps away just a little bit. Clean run through the horseshoe and out onto the banking. The trailing cars not quite afforded that same room, that same speed. The traffic is starting to become an issue. I tell you what, they've only just started picking their way through the GT3s. The next 5 or so laps are going to be traffic affected for our GTP leaders.
And all this being said and done, I mean, Selena did a great job on pulling through that traffic. You saw Rafael was not very happy with how those GTPs were all, or GT Pro, sorry. I just did the thing you just described a lap ago. The GT Pros got in the way. But nonetheless, you can see this battle ongoing between these two. It's about 2.5 seconds now to the Wastegate racing machine of Selena Ward. Rafael, I don't know when Rafael lost the lead, but nonetheless, this BSR Competizione Bianco car is getting faster and faster to the looks of it. As Rafael Lippi is looking to the inside there. He's holding that defense, but now they got some traffic in the way.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem. And Selena's forced to go a little bit defensive. She cleared the GT3 on the entry to the first of the horseshoes, and she could carry a little bit more speed. Looks vulnerable. Sergey Lazaire definitely on the offense at the moment. The problem is trying to line that pass up and time it. Quicker through the traffic last time by the Wastegate car. They will build a little bit more margin. When they cut their way through the traffic, this GT3 car was in the lead of GT3M as the number 9 car cuts across the back to the racing line. This is the onboard shot from Sergey Lazaire. You can just see how busy the hands are with that late dive to the right from the Lamborghini. This is really important, this shot. This really will give you, watching along at home, we just need to stick with this for probably about a lap or so because the traffic's going to be intense on this lap. And it's just going to tell you, you're trying to fight that car ahead. You are trying to track down the Lion GP number 20. Sorry, my apologies. I said it was, my apologies. It's Rafael Lippi who sits second at the moment. My sincerest apologies. I was talking about Selena Ward of the Wastegate car. They are currently leading the class on the category. But we're right on board. Have a look at the GT3s you're coming across. You want the draft. You'll weave to the left. Now you're going to try and pick your braking marker. GT3s want to come up the traffic. They want to take their racing line into turn 1. You need to dive. Lippi gets to the inside of the Ferrari. That's one of the GT3 Pro cars. In car number 18 of Josh Gowan behind the wheel of one of the Gowan racing machines at this point in time. Now on LMP2 for Lippi. He clears that. Now he gets a clean run out the other side. The LMP2, much better mid-corner grip. And then the power gets applied from the GTP car. Gets to the inside of the kink. He'll clear another car. And again, loses time to Lippi. They both lost time to the race leader. Now he's going to pinch a brake on the way into the horseshoe. So he's done all this work to move his way through the traffic. He was starting to make ground on Raphael Lippi, and a mistake, and then you kick yourself for it. And that's the worst thing you can do, because that cooks the tires. Now you get a breath. Little bit of LMP2 traffic, but not all that much. So Brad, you feeling like you want to take up IMSA-style racing at any point in the near future? Are you good? You just happen to sit back and enjoy?
I definitely think I would be a fan of being in the GTA, or the GTM class, not, probably I would need to build a little rapport and, you know, experience to get up into these LMP2 and GTPs. I know I've drove down GTPs around a little bit. They're fun to drive in my opinion, but at the same time, you know, if you got to just have a little bit of experience,
Here we go.
at least from my understanding, as these two getting back to it. Raphael Lippi, Sergey Lazaire
He's going to be
coming
busy.
across the tri-oval.
There's GT3s everywhere across the track, just in front of them. Lippi and Lazaire abandoned that one early. He was not willing to take the risk and go 3 wide through turn 1. That's his best opportunity he's had thus far. Now the GTP drivers will get down to the inside, entering the first of the horseshoe, the slower horseshoe, the tighter horseshoe, and apply power out the other side. And again, Lippi just gets another break, gets a reprieve. Traffic management in IMSA on show at the moment. Oh, that was a bad decision on traffic. The 157 held in its lane. He held his line. And Lippi just did not read what he was intending upon doing all that well.
Now going back around everyone else. These two, I mean, despite all of this traffic drama, they have stayed within a half second of each other this whole time. Selena Ward's loving it, now to about a 4.5 second lead over these two, as they're having some troubles with each other and with the traffic around them. And I think now Lazaire is going to be able to get a run with this draft effect. And, you know, the toe coming through turns 12 and onto the front stretch with Lippi.
Someone's going to have to have a word with Lazaire. I think he's getting frustrated. You can see him just starting to overdrive. The tires are getting cooked. The fuel's in the last half of the stint. We might only be a couple more laps before a pit stop. Lazaire's going to get the car to the inside. Pulls it up nice and accurately. Marvels and a lack of grip around the outside. But Lippi will hang on. Now he's going to be forced to defend. They're going to break in the traffic, and here comes Lazaire. He'll look to the outside. Porsche versus BMW. He cannot find the traction. And you bet your bottom dollar. Sergey Lazaire is sitting in board that cockpit, frustrated, tired, mad, and sick of those damn GT3s. Can someone get them off the track? Can someone get that man a break?
I mean, there's a lot of fresh track compared to what they had been dealing with, but, you know, there's still some traffic up ahead. These guys still have to look forward to maybe getting around some traffic. And if you're Lazaire and the team behind, you know, Lazaire, you also got to think, like you said, Scott, somebody's got to calm him down. He is sending it a little too hard into some of these corners and getting a little over anxious. Boy. And right now might be one of those moments. Oh, he's able to get past
either side of the GT3 traffic on the run to the bus stop, but he's got a compromised entry. Lippi just ahead of him is calm. He's cool. He's comfortable. Gets a clean entry. He gets another break. Man, Raphael Lippi and traffic at the moment is running nice and clean and cool. Bit of fresh air. Now, he's got a Porsche coming back at him on board that BMW. And the drone shot down the front straight away through the tri-oval. I tell you what, we might have to get this drone registered for the next race. It's keeping up with those GTPs, no problem. The biggest difficulty, where do you put the tires?
It also doesn't have to worry about traffic, I don't think, too much here if it's above everyone else. So that's a good thing for him as well. And unlike Lippi and Lazaire, where they are battling traffic, it seems like every time they go into that horseshoe corner. And nonetheless, these two stay into each other's back bumper. It seems like when Lazaire has some fresh track, he's able to, you know, get back up to the back bumper of Lippi and pressure him through these corners. But also at the same time, you got to think he cooked his tires a lot through those battles and trying to get around that traffic. And now he's got to just try and find his way around Lippi and then extend that to maybe get back to the wastegate racing machine and Selena Ward. We haven't seen Selena in a long time, about 5 seconds now to these two who have finally found some open track.
And think about traffic and what that's done to that margin. You're a really, really critical point you just made. That margin's 5 seconds from Lazer to the race lead. That margin was as low as 1.3 seconds. Wants to show the nose. Just Raphael Lippi. Just Sergey Lazer. Now he's on the rear bumper. This is the best opportunity he's had in a long time. I can tell you, there's going to be no traffic on the run to turn 1. What's the fuel situation like? End of lap 26. Lap 27 on the fuel stint about to begin. It's going to be a cover to the inside. Raphael Lippi would love to hang on to P2 for one more lap. When they cross the start-finish line, he will be P2 by millimeters, by centimeters. The run to turn 1. 3 hours and 13 minutes on the clock. Can he get the crossover at turn 1? He cannot. And he continues to be the thorn in Sergey Lazer's side. And Lippi covers once more. BMW still sits P2.
Your Lion GP, you gotta be happy with how Raphael Lippi is running right now. He's being cool, calm, and collected no matter if he's getting attacked or having to get around lap traffic as we say that.
To the outside, Lazer spots an open lane through the traffic. Now it's going to be the GT3 cuts across the nose. Again, we stick with this battle because this is what it's like through the traffic. You have your own battle, but you've got the others on the racetrack you got to respect. Lazer feels held up, feels boxed in. We're at the back end of the fuel. At this point in time, I tell you what, he just went purple on the run through the bus stop all the way to the start-finish line last time Sergey Lazer. The time was brilliant because he had such a massive toe. Still couldn't complete the pass. The pit lane entry, there's now LMP2s on the road just ahead of them as well. They'll both get a little bit of the toe to make it a little bit easier, but I think there's a pit stop incoming for both of these cars. This is about as long as we've seen them go so far. There could be a couple more laps on fuel. The race leader goes through. The wastegate car's gone for another lap. Now it's going to be Lazer once more. We've seen this story play out a few times on our screen in the last 10 minutes. What has lap 6:05 of the race got for us? Lazer runs it in hot. Was able to stay on the outside. He's tried the crossover. He's tried hanging on the outside. He's running out of ideas. And Raphael Lippi, well, he's just about as cool as a cucumber on board that BMW. There's a big air intake on the front. Some of that has got to be keeping him cool.
There might be, for this entire 2026 season, he might be thinking Lippi might be his biggest detriment right now because Lippi has done a great job on defending the second place position away from the Porsche. But like you said, it's a little, it just seems like no matter what Lazer can do right now, Lippi just has that answer to defend and keep that second place position away, and it's slowly losing time on Selena Ward.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this battle's been brilliant, and it's certainly brought to life the last half an hour, last 45 minutes of this race. Cars and traffic are going to build for this battle once more. We are getting to the final stream of the race. Unfortunately, that means we're going to have to do a cut over here very, very shortly so that we get to a fresh stream to run through to the end of the race. GTP traffic and GT3 traffic at the same time for these guys to cut through. So bear with us as we work through that process. There is a critical battle that's unfolding, and we're going to try and do our best to give you everything we've got to go. Here comes pit stops. There's pit stops for both of them. You pit from the right-hand side of the track. You're kidding me, Raphael Lippi.
Smoke the tires coming in the pit road, trying to avoid that black flag. You can see Selena Ward also in pit road.
Well, with a transition onto the pit lane, it's about time to transition. Here's the cut from right to left. Raphael Lippi cuts off Sergey Lazer, and he's got one final note to give him on the way into pit lane. How about a brake lockup? A little bit of smoke. Well, I thought that smoke for a few moments was coming from Lazer's ears as that wafted its way out of the cockpit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way out of here. Brad Daniels and Scott Rankin have covered the last little bit of time. I believe Brad is going to stay with you, but this is it for me from the Virtual Sports Car Club of America and Green Flag TV. Ladies and gentlemen, stick with us. The final part and the final 3 hours of the stream coming your way in just a few moments.